We're live. If we can get started. Thank you very much for your attendance. We have a guest on the table that you won't recognise, and that's the chairman of the joint, what's it called? The JIC, I believe. JIAC, yes, funny acronym. Okay, if we can start the meeting, please. Could we have apologies for absence?
Through you, Chair, we have apologies for absence from Councillor Brown with Councillor Lunn substituting, from Councillor Pritchard with Councillor Clark substituting, and from Councillor Carr with Councillor Irwin substituting.
Thank you very much. Well, in fact, we have a full house, and Councillor Jelly is joining us as well as an observer. Okay. Do we have requests from members of the public to address the meeting?
There are none, Chair.
Okay. Any declarations of interest, anyone? Okay. Chair's announcement. I don't really have any announcements, but if you could just note that we are broadcasting the meeting, and so please use your microphone. And we have a very full agenda, so if you can keep your comments targeted and concise, that would be really useful. The next item is the minutes of the panel meeting held on the 6th of July. There's two aspects, the public and the private. I think if we were going to discuss anything on the private, if you could just indicate, but we would need to close the online link. Okay.
Sorry, through you, Chair. So yeah, you're quite correct that if there needed to be a discussion of detail about the private minutes, then it would raise the potential need to go into private session. Clearly, if a member wanted to make a correction to the private minutes and the correction was their name was spelt incorrectly, then that could be done without the need to go into private session. So just to add to what you said.
Okay. Are we happy that the minutes are correct record? Okay. All agree?
Is that for all of the minutes?
Shall we take them separately? First of all, the public minutes. If I can have a proposer, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, and seconder. Mrs. Shields. All those in favour? Okay. Do it properly today. And now the private minutes. I know some people obviously weren't here, but can I have a proposer for those to be correct record? Councillor Irwin, and a seconder, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage. All those in favour? Okay. Okay.
And the 19th of July.
Now, yes,
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I was just checking my list. Now the 19th of July, because obviously we had that extra meeting as the confirmation hearing. Is everyone happy with the minutes of the 19th of July? Have a proposer, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, and Councillor Russell Roberts is the seconder. All those in favour? Any against? Okay. Right. Okay. That's the sort of standard items, if you like. We now go on to the Joint Independent Audit Committee annual report. And as I say, we have with us Anne Battam, who's the chair, and so I would like to welcome her. And if the Commissioner would like to introduce this item, and then we'll hear from the chair as well, I'm sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could I actually ask us all? Some of you have just kind of come in. That we all jointly send our best wishes to the Queen. I don't know if you've seen her health is deteriorating quite seriously right now, and there is genuine concern for her health. I think her son and so Camilla and the Prince are actually on their way to see her as now. So I think it would be appropriate for us to send our very best wishes to the Queen at this very tough time.
Thank you very much. I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chairman, as panel members will know, the Joint Independent Audit Committee supports me and the Chief Constable and our statutory officers in ensuring that effective governance arrangements are in place and functioning efficiently and effectively. The committee plays a central role in helping me to hold the Chief Constable to account, as well as providing critical oversight of the work of the OPFCC. By bringing the Joint Independent Audit annual report to the Police, Fire and Crime Panel, something I think all Police, Fire and Crime panels should do, but I think we've got some good best practice there. It helps to bring together the assurance of our processes along with the scrutiny of the decisions to increase transparency. The Chair of the committee, Anne Battam, has joined us today and is suddenly echoed around. Whoa. Wouldn't that have been good, Anne, if I'd have said that? That moment it would have gone booming out at that. Anne has joined us today and will now present the committee's annual report and to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased to come here today to present this report. I was a member of the committee before I became chair, so I've seen the work of the committee over probably the last 4 years. We've also got a new member on board, and there is a recruitment underway, so we should be up to full strength soon. I don't intend to read out the report because I assume that that's been read, but what I would like to do is pick out and highlight salient points. The report is a summary of our activities from the financial year 21-22, and as Stephen said, it is to provide assurance of good governance in practice. We have 4 meetings a year and a very full agenda every time, and we make sure that everything is covered on a cyclical basis and there's room for extra items if need be, so that we have reports on relevant issues. The independent assurance is through a review of the documents, and we seek that they demonstrate timely implementation of recommendations and action points. 21-22 was still affected by COVID, so meetings were online. However, this seemed to work well. I think I've noticed over the last couple of years some really positive points. The improved quality of reports that we're getting, and many of them are now joint for police and fire. And if they're not joint, they're at least the same format and same structure. And that really aids our understanding. And I think it brings consistency to those reports. On the another positive point, myself and GIAT members feel unconstrained in our ability to ask questions of the officers, read the contents and the background to any reports. The PFCC, the CCCSO and officers have always been open and honest with us, and if they're not able to provide the assurance we want, then it will come back either at a later date or following the meeting. So I have to say that I have never felt either fobbed off or deterred from asking whatever we need to ask. And the engagement has always been very positive. The key issues in 21-22, the main one, of course, will be external audit. I'm sure you understand the issues that this is involved, and it's sad to say that we still have not got 2021 accounts signed off as at this date. I'm sure everybody here is well exercised on the issue. We've done, as have the officers and the Chief Constable, everything possible to move this forward, but it doesn't seem to be happening, and we're constrained by the fact that we don't let the contract. So I think it's just an ongoing, continuing issue that will not be resolved soon. On the plus note, maybe Northamptonshire are not as badly off as some other forces, but that doesn't really give you much comfort. On a positive note, one of the key issues was enabling services, which is what they've called the move away from MFSS, which was the multi-force shared service. I mean, that's a huge piece of work, bringing most of those services in-house. Good progress has been evidenced. It's sensitive and wide-ranging work streams, and we've had reports on all of those. We've been really keen to make sure that benefits will be realised and that the project management of those is robust. And we'll continue to focus on this next year. It's one of our key work streams. But so far, we've really been assured of a positive outcome. Throughout the year as well, we had a workshop on the estates programme, because that was another issue perhaps that we were looking at. And I think the thing that came out of that was the need to look at estates maybe over a longer term, possibly up to 20-year programme. But obviously estates and the need has been impacted by different working models as a result of COVID. Good thing is it's linked to capital budgets, and fire in particular now have a capital budget. So that was positive. We take a lot of assurance from internal audit. They've had a comprehensive work plan, and we, as I said earlier, we pay a lot of attention to audit recommendations and the action plan to resolve those. And we've really been assured by the timely resolution of the action plans, and actually a lot of the longer term actions have been completed. So the direction of travel is positive on that. JARC have seen nothing to give them serious cause for concern. In fact, much to be positive about, given the challenges that the joint organisations have faced. There is still a lot of work to do, but basic government frameworks, we believe, are sound and give us a basis to work on. So I'm happy to take any questions. Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll just clarify, first of all, the internal audit, that's, is that a regional contract? The, it's not, it has to be the same for all of the region, does it?
Yeah. Cover that one. In policing, yes, in policing, it is separate contracts for each force and PCC, but everybody in the region has the same auditor. It's so important that we have them to be able to audit the regional collaborations that are the best part of £35 million on their own. So we are all in one collaboration, and we are currently tendering for that at the moment for a new start from next April. On fire, we currently have Milton Keynes internal audit services. So fire, as you'll be aware, took on board a lot of the LGSS, and then West Northamptonshire, North Northamptonshire and Milton Keynes services. They're with us until the end of March next year as well, and the regional contract that we're tendering will include fire and give the ability for other fire authorities to join that contract in the future should they wish to. Sorry, a longer answer than you expected,
No,
Chair.
that's fine, because I was thinking fire wasn't included because not all the authorities are joint. So that's very interesting. Thank you very much. And I'm not sure who was first. Councillor Maxwell. Sorry, Mrs. Shields, sorry.
Good morning, Anne. Anne, in previous report that you provided, you've expressed concern repeatedly on the external audit timely for deliver the audit and the impact that it has on the internal audit and the risk implied. Now, I'm looking here on your comment that you've made on risk management. You've indicated that one of the added risks is that you have a shortage of experienced IT staff. Now, I know that there is a national penury into those specific skilled staff. And I'm looking also at the deadline again that will be missed for September. Now, I know that you've expressed also during your report that the way that the audit report doesn't provide usefulness and value for money on the report, what is your plan that you intend to do to actually provide value for money? Because you keep reinstating this, and it's frustrating, I'm sure, for your point of view and for the panel, which we don't see any solution. Thank you.
Yes, a good question. We don't see any solution either. And as I say, because the contract is not let by the PFCC, it's part of a framework by PFSS, which is public finance. There's nothing we can do other than make representation to them, and we're not the only ones, and as I say, we're not the latest one. You know, some have even older accounts that have not yet been signed off. And it does mean that when they are signed off, you know, they're out of date. So really all we can do is look at the accounts. We do have discussion with the external auditors, and they've given us assurance that nothing they see gives them cause for concern, and the sign-off, I would say, is largely technical. So it's pension valuations, asset valuations, property valuations, where the valuation is included in the accounts. They then verify with their experts, and you have a discussion. So I would say that what we've done is talk to the external auditors in private session to gain some assurance that actually there isn't anything fundamentally wrong. It is really technical issues that prevent the signing off of the accounts. So that's really the only thing we can do. We can make representation to the national body who let the contract, and we can talk to the auditors to seek a limited, maybe off-the-record assurance, which is what we've done. I don't know if
Helen, I think you wanted to come in, didn't you?
I did. Thank you, Anne. Thanks for picking that one up. So the external audit contract for fire and the two police organisations is undertaken by public sector audit appointments on behalf of the bodies. So we sign up to that national procurement exercise. There has been, I'll probably get my words wrong, a bit of a nightmare in an external audit across the country in terms of the technical requirements that are required for all public sector audits have been increased, and a lot of audit firms have had significant turnover of staff. There's only a limited pool of expert staff to fish from, and they often jump from one audit body to another. So that they've had resilience issues from the minute they started the contracts in 2018, 2019. So their public sector audit appointments, PSAA, publicise how many accounts are produced on time and audited on time regularly. And there is a huge amount in the country that are not audited in time for the September deadline, more than the sector would like. This time last year, because we've experienced issues ever since the current provider was given the contract in 1819 on 2 police and 1 fire contract. This time last year, the Commissioner wrote to the national lead for our external auditors because they had made a statement that they would prioritise the larger organisations whose accounts values would contribute to what's called the whole of government accounts values. What that meant was fire and police would not be prioritised in their audit plans. And as such, we're finding that we're very much at the back of the queue for audits. We managed to get fires through and signed. So the 2021 accounts, we managed to get fires signed clean, unqualified, as Anne said, in February. So that was great. But because the auditors do use their professional team, so they have a professional estates experts, as well as we have our own valuation experts, and they look at each other's expertise and take a view. That's a really long-winded process. So whilst the police audit started in January, they then went off-site in March and went on to the NHS audits. They then had sickness and manager leaves as well. They're picking back the audit, and now our partner has left. So it's those continuing compounding resourcing issues of external audit that we are struggling with. And as Anne said, we're not the only ones in the region. Our colleagues in Lincolnshire are still waiting to sign off their 18-19, their 19-20 and their 20-21 accounts. And nobody has had their 21-22 audits started. So we will continue to lobby and make representation on behalf of all of the region. So that's 10 chief finance officers. I've committed to write to the Home Office and the auditor to make representation in that regard, because the Home Office do recognise that's a challenge. Stephen has written before, and we will continue to raise our voice. The new contracts are being reviewed and awarded by PSAA, and I believe that's imminently over the coming weeks, and those contracts will commence from 23-24. Okay, so we will continue to lobby, we will continue to push, we will continue to ask them to do all we can to get them to conclude the audits and start on the 21-22 audit as well, because it's not good for things to take so long. I remember those heady days when we had May draft accounts and July sign-off. In my world, that's how life should be, and that's what the public deserve as well.
My question is to you, Anne, and also to Helen. Given that we reporting, or the auditors is reporting on array of events, and we're talking about valuation that will change dramatically, especially when you look at the cost of living at the moment, there may be a risk of not having this information on time for the management to act on it swiftly. That is my comment I'm making.
I mean, we know and monitor our risks regularly ourselves. In the nicest way, we would not wait for the auditors to highlight any challenges or risks for us. We do monitor. There's very good risk management that the GIAC oversee for all three organisations and make sure we're up to date. One of the pains of having the accounts open so long means you do have to update them for those things, Mrs. Shields. So I remember the first year when we had COVID, because our accounts took so long to be audited, I don't know how many different statements I didn't write about ongoing concern and COVID assessments and the impact of COVID to show that they were sustainable in the long term. And that most certainly is a pain and a frustration to keep making them current and relevant until the point of signing. But we do monitor our risks, and we don't wait for the auditors to tell us what they are.
Thank you very much for all those explanations. And I think this isn't just confined to police and fire. I know the actual local authorities having problems as well. So I think it's probably something government needs to look into. I think, Councillor Roberts, you were going to ask a question.
I just wanted to say, Chair, that you wouldn't have accounts audited if it wasn't important. And I think I'd like to put on record my thanks for the team who are trying to keep this thing going. It must be very frustrating and very, very difficult. I wondered if there was anything you, Chair, could do.
Well, I think this has to go up to the top. This has to go up to government.
I think you should write a letter to the Home Secretary.
Because this is, we've done this year after year and saying, expecting them to get their act together, and unfortunately that hasn't happened. So, thank you very much. Does everyone agree with that? Yeah, okay. All right. Councillor Maxwell.
The question I'd like to ask is, if you don't get the books audited, then clearly when it comes to the preset next year, that could affect it because you don't know how much money you've actually... No? It doesn't? No? Do?
With the auditors on our accounts.
Right.
If we
Yeah.
do have changes, they're very tiny, sometimes on the balance sheet. So.
My next question is actually referring to Derby House. What happens at the present moment, I might be wrong here, so I'll get corrected, but Derby House isn't completely, it is used, but it's not used, all the buildings not used. Am I correct in thinking that? And if that's the case, come this winter, you're then paying out for heat and electricity when the building could be empty. So what aspects do you have in order to overcome this?
I think that's really the Commissioner.
No, it's not relevant, yeah. Sorry.
Not quite sure it's under audit, but let me just kind of deal with that. First of all, to reassure you, Derby House is one of our most energy efficient buildings that we have in their totality. And you're right, we continue to look at all of our buildings and our occupancy, particularly with the advent of technology. I'm not sure what this perception is that it's empty or not being used. I think if you pop by on a Friday afternoon, most of our buildings aren't very busy, if you know what I mean, but it is being used. But please also be assured we continue to look as part of our estate strategy at how we get better utilisation of all of our buildings. Myself and Mrs. King would like to see more buildings disposed of as we continue to go along, and we've been very robust with the estates team to make sure we can get some of these things moving, not least from the cost you then have in terms of council tax and also sometimes heating, but we've got a number of mothballed buildings, and we would like those capital receipts, wouldn't we, Mrs. King?
Sir, next.
Thank you. That segues very nicely into my question, which was about the estates programme. Just so one of my questions was going to be how much is actually owned, and you've kind of given an indication, so that's fine. I'm just looking at, it's on page 35 or page 7 of the report. It was noticed that fire have made good progress. So does that suggest that police haven't? What is the status of police estates as regards any sort of short, medium or long-term programme?
There we go. It was fire had made good progress in the provision of a capital budget, because when fire came across, there was no capital budget. So that was the good progress for fire in having a capital budget that at least then could fund an estates programme. And certainly, as Stephen has said, one of the key things we were looking at was how they dispose of estates that are not necessary. But fire, no, certainly fire have got now a capital budget to enable them to do that. But the estates programme is looked at for police and fire, so...
Shall I just add to that one? Because absolutely, they started from different places. So when fire governance happened, we did an immediate condition survey on every single fire building that transferred into the Commissioner's ownership. As such, we had a really long programme of works that are required to get the fire buildings up to the place where we needed to on the estates for the estate. Hence why building it into the capital programme, phasing it, etc. Police had already had a continued pattern of condition surveys, so we knew the state of the police estate much more. So it was a lot of focus was about, in those early years, of bringing fire to that position.
Mrs. Shields. Sorry.
Yes, I'm looking at the procurement arrangement. Could you explain to me in simple terms why you have the operational life of the MINT partnership who sees, and who are they exactly? Can you explain what MINT represent? MINT LLP.
Page 35.
I'm going to answer the question I wanted to before, so then I'm going to let you start on Mint, and then I'm going to finish. I just wanted to say on the kind of estates, it's hard as we sort of sit here to also understand the complexity. So if I talk about some of the disposal of some of the police ones, many years ago, long before many of you were even born here, there used to be police stations next to magistrates' courts that were owned. So actually, when we've come to dispose of them, have been interesting. We've even had interesting ones where someone's challenged us, even though it's been a police station for 60 years on the land registry, is it really a police station? So whether we can kind of dispose of it. So there have been, I can't tell you the depth of some of the challenges we've had to kind of get through some of those, which have been disposing of buildings, buying them off of the MOJ and stuff like that, so that we can then kind of parcel up and sell them. So we are in a better position. My overall position continues to be, particularly on the police side, that many of the ones, you know, Corby, Kettering, have not been disposed of in a timely manner, but actually there are, you know, without giving commercial bits away, and when Councillor Roberts was leader of Kettering, we had many conversations to try and move some of those things along. The other one I think is worth of mentioning. It's hard to describe the state of some of the fire buildings that we inherited, the actually in terms of asbestos, so it's very important in condition survey. But actually we rectified that and recently just signed, because one of the things that is really important is looking after our firefighters and providing with suitable accommodation. So actually a significant, I think it's just over £1 million worth of investment in actually updating both the welfare, also gender, operation bits in some of those stations. So these take a while. But like that one, for instance, took a little longer than we want, because actually we couldn't get anyone to come and do it, such as some of the challenges we've had as a consequence of kind of Brexit and COVID. So that has sold some of those back. I'll let Mrs. King start them in, and then I'll finish.
I just wonder whether, you know, because we've had a couple of questions about estates, whether maybe sometime you could update us on the estates are all where, you know, because I know you had an estate strategy, you know, whether you're going to revise it or
I would absolutely love to. I will probably, I'll get Stuart to work with James to put it on the work programme.
Yeah.
I would probably put it the other side of the precept, because I'm also going back, given some of the bits about occupancy, also the ability to share buildings, also some conversations we're having on the wider situation with both West and North Northamptonshire to actually look again, it's continue to make sure that we've got a fit for purpose one. So actually we've got very much a almost foot on the ball moment for the next couple of months, that we're going back to have a very careful look. Are there further ones in? Underneath all of that, you know, you asked the one about owned. I prefer, you know, maybe I'm an old-fashioned guy. I like to, on behalf of the public, own our own buildings. So also we've been exiting where appropriate any leases that we have. We still have a number of small ones, but actually we're deliberately going out of our way to consolidate into some of those.
Thank you. An update would be great.
We'll let Anne start, and then Stephen and I will chip in.
Thank you. So the MINT LLP was how procurement was done at that point. So it was, I think, a couple of years before, but it was provided through. So that was the vehicle through which procurement was provided. And the decision was taken to bring them in-house to give a better provision of procurement. I think there was issues on delays, etc. So as a committee, we looked at that process to bring it in-house and to assure us that there were benefits from doing that. So that's what it was.
Thank you.
Don't need.
Self-explanatory. Any other questions? I think then, thank you very much for your report, and you know, we're really pleased that you know, you're keeping a close eye on, the risks and the detail that we can't, do. We don't have the, that is not our role, but there's somebody else that's looking at that. That's really useful. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. And I would say that external audit and estates are on our future programme for this year. So we will still keep an eye on them.
Thank you very much
Thank you very
indeed.
much, and thank you to the panel.
All the best. And if you would like to, if you want to stay, you're welcome. But if you want to leave, we'll understand. Thank you. Okay. So next item on the agenda is the Police Fire and Crime Plan delivery update. Like the Commissioner would like to set out his report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Today's report is the first update I presented to the panel regarding my new Police Fire and Crime Plan. As you can see, it provides a comprehensive update on the work being delivered by my office and includes a detailed performance report on the priorities of the Police Fire and Crime Plan. This is, of course, a living document and will continue to change and evolve. I'm also obviously very interested in any feedback you may have, but you will also have noticed that I've included some force performance data which we publish on a quarterly basis on our website. The three documents together provide a detailed update both of the work we deliver and how we hold the force and the fire and rescue service to account and how they are performing. God bless you. I'm very proud of the work that is being delivered as it's making a real difference to the communities across Northamptonshire. We've been very successful with our bids to the Safer Streets funds, and our work with key partners and agencies is helping to provide support and advice to vulnerable people. Obviously, these are areas in which a lot of work is being delivered and may not be fully reflected in today's report. For example, I'll use road safety. It's a key area of work and one which affects virtually everyone every day. For example, the OPFCC has a community road safety fund which provides funding of up to £5,000 to community groups, schools, parish and town councils to implement simple solutions to identified road safety issues in their local community. Examples of what grants have been provided include the installation of vehicle-activated signs in villages, school road safety systems, installation of village gates at rural locations to slow down, and educational programs about the riding of scooters for young people. Through the Youth Commission, we delivered a wide-ranging consultation exercise with young people on the subject of road safety. This has led to a new version of the educational video, Too Fast, Too Soon, and the new hard-hitting production educating young people about braking and stopping distance and the consequence of speeding. We continue to provide funds to Carcraft, an event run several times a year at the Silverstone Circuit, which allows hundreds of young people the opportunity to learn tips and techniques to keep them safe on the roads as they embark on that period of their lives where they're beginning to drive. We continue to provide funds to Bike Safe, a scheme where motorcycle training skills are enhanced and taught to those who ride motorcycles, and they are, of course, some of the most vulnerable groups on our roads today. Finally, we've just put in place funding for a 3-year period over a scheme known as Under 18 Pathfinder. This is an innovative new approach to pre-training of young people how to drive safely and handle a vehicle before they're legally able to do so on a road. I know road safety is a big issue for many of us, and I'll happily bring more detailed report on this to a future panel meeting if you'd like. But Madam Chairman, today's report underlines the wide breadth of the work of the OPFCC, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. That update on road safety is, very, very interesting, and I'm sure that all the panel will appreciate that, and any other further updates you can give us in the future as well. I have a couple of questions, particularly picked up through the accountability boards. Just a few things that you seem to have picked up on there that you were concerned about, and I just wondered what your feeling is now. One is the sickness levels you commented on quite a few times, and also about the interoperability, if I can say it. You know, you commented a couple of times that you didn't think that was moving on fast enough. Are you happier with the situation now?
I'm quite comfortable that both services very carefully manage and monitor their sickness rates. If I click on the daily pay setter, it's basically a dashboard. Even I can see at any one day who's off sick. One of the things we've been doing, I think part of the reason it's in there from accountability, we were particularly worried during the COVID period, and even now as we come out the end of it, in terms of still the prospects of people who are needing to take time off. And as you can probably appreciate, even if I raise it several times, it doesn't necessarily always mean I'm really concerned about it. These are just some of the areas we choose to focus on an ongoing basis. And you asked me for a second one.
The other one was the interoperability.
I continue to be concerned about kind of interoperability. And does that mean there's some great problem? No. It just means I want to make sure that both chiefs understand the ambition to continue to work together. We obviously, given the financial situation nationally, it's really important that we take any efficiencies locally that we can find. We obviously made fantastic progress with things like the enabling services, sharing estates, fleet, finances, all of those sorts of things. But there continue to be other areas we want to do. You know, there is the output from marauding terrorists, there is stuff around kind of Grenfell. There are lessons from that learn, and that has implications for both. So actually greater connectivity between control rooms. Yeah, my ambition's always been to have them in one place in a state-of-the-art situation. Both of the ones we've got are quite old now. You've got things like ESMCP, which is the new replacement for Airwave, which is coming down the line in a few years' time, probably a few more years' time. But actually that connectivity between the two. A lot of people dial 999 and think they're all sat next to one another in one control room and the ability to talk to one another. That isn't always necessarily the case, compatibility in systems and some of those things. I will probably forever be disappointed about the level of cooperation between, as long as I sit in this role, and I wouldn't want anyone to think that some great work isn't being done. But I'm afraid on one of those, it's a bit like when I'm talking to my sons, I all want more.
Okay, Mrs. Shields.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm looking at the Police Accountability Board on the 12th of July. Now, I can see from the comment you've made, you feel a bit frustrated at some point. You've indicated that the Commissioner made the point that he was pleased with the measure and KPI that the Chief Constable has adopted for judging activity and success against his measure of success. However, the panel still waiting to see those KPI, which is never forthcoming. And you made a comment following that paragraph that the query some of this actual baseline and metric that are open to interpretation and wanted complete clarity. And we awaited a response from the Chief Constable. Now, if I remember clearly, the Chair have mentioned the two previous meetings, when would those KPI would be forthcoming, and your response was the Chief Constable are going to deliver within few months. So my question is, in particular, because you have made your comment and expressed that very clearly, are we going likely to have it, or as it indicated on your performance report, introduction at page 72, you say there are no numerical targets set within the police fire and crime plan. Thank you.
Obviously, at cross purposes, I thought you was going to be really pleased with my new performance report that gives you a detailed understanding of what's going on. But if you're expecting me to show you a number that says up and down, I would say this tells you what's going on, what's up, down, in terms of some of those things. The complexity, and I repeat the point I've said, I monitor very carefully what's going on in terms of crime figures. So if, for instance, we could spend all day, as we have done on some occasions, around what some of those numbers. So, for instance, Northamptonshire Police at this time has the lowest crime increase in the totality of the UK, which is great. So we have the smallest increase, it's just over 0.5%, where you've got some at 12, 15 and something like that. But actually, there are bits inside of that that I would not be happy with. So we've got one of the largest reductions in acquisitive crime in the country. However, I still continue to be concerned about knife crime. But the reason I'm never going to publish to you a set of numbers on any particular one day. So, for instance, we're the lowest in the country, but for the current quarter, I'm seeing something of an increase. So it might be that I've got anomalies that kind of come through. It might be a number of cases that come to fruition. So actually providing this narrative around it, along with these total numbers, I believe fulfills the piece that I wish to share with the panel. You, of course, can ask me to put some other pieces in place, but underneath it, there is a whole very complicated spreadsheet and analysis that goes on to deliver these narratives, he says, chucking his paper all over the floor. I've got 2 copies, don't worry. So as far as I'm concerned, this meets what I'm talking about. And as I said, I'm looking for feedback. You're probably not going to get, I'm never going to provide you with a kind of a monthly up, down, this is what's going on in terms of crime, because it's not that simple.
I understand very clearly what you're saying, and you have presented a very clear numbers of crime, etc. But what I'm looking for is to compare your improvement from one quarter to another, and there is no information about that. So all we see is statistical information represented in very colorful way. And talking about colorful way in terms of crime, you've indicated that rape has gone up by 15.2%. So I would like you to explain to me why is it so difficult for the panel to have some statistical information to compare your improvement from one quarter to another, from the previous year to this year, because rape happened, well, every time from one year to another. So what's the difficulty to compare like with like on a year, so we can appraise and definitely say, wow, there is an improvement here. As it is, we are bombarded by figures that look great. In some instances, you have read reduction, but again, I would like to see this is what your achievement is, this is what nationally is, and this is the median, the average. You're comparing like with other forces. So like that we can see, well, Northampton is not that bad because here we are, this is a result, but we haven't got anything like that. So I understand your frustration because you've indicated very clearly in a paragraph that you wanted clarity because it opened to interpretation. So unless we have the previous year compared to this year, or on a quarterly basis, or even on a 6-monthly basis, we are going to repeat this over and over again. It's frustrating for me, and it's frustrating for you.
The Commissioner's got your point now. Okay, let's have an answer.
You're right. We have, against the Chief Constable's framework, every month I have an analyst goes through and we carefully look through all of those numbers. The problem is, and use rape here is a really good example. So actually, are there 15% more rapes occurring in the county? No. However, there is a higher level in terms of reporting. So the bit I have to be careful of, and the reason that we publish them in this way, is I can make everyone feel much safer or not so safe by just some incorrect statistics. We do have one I'm very happy to have an offline briefing and I'll show you the same stuff I am. But I'm not putting that in the public domain because some nuance of it will have everyone kind of thinking there's some great tragedy here. And we do get anomalies that occur in terms of crime and stuff like that. But what you've got is what you're going to get. I'm very happy to do a more detailed briefing to you, Simon, that demonstrate the measures that go in underneath this to show you why I come to those conclusions.
Okay.
This example you've just given to me, that you're prepared to give me some further information about this is 15% increase and this is what we're doing, look, compared to previous months or even the quota, would you be able to show me this?
I think, Mrs. Shields, the point is that they're very nuanced. It's not, you can't on a piece of paper, it's very difficult to explain it. And so I think if it's done in a briefing, it might be easier to understand and explain it. Right? If I'm putting words into your mouth, Stephen.
Absolutely, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Councillor Maxwell, you're next.
And I think one of the ones, and that's why in terms of, so for instance, during the summer, the force led fantastic by the chief have been doing what we call days of activities in certain areas. So if I was to say that actually drug crime jumped during the summer, that was what it looked like. Now, you won't know that they've proactively gone out and targeted a number of pieces. So just putting a set of numbers out, and then what happens is, I then publish next quarter's, actually, they'll probably look like they'll have gone down because they're not doing the proactive. That isn't good news because they're not being as proactive. But it would be very easy for people to conclude that that's a good thing. So it's really important that we have to take those numbers, we analyse them and put the narrative. But we do publish them quarterly for exactly that reason.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Maxwell. Right, I think he's still listening. He's just getting a drink of water.
Well, some crimes don't always get reported because they've happened so quickly that, like for instance, the co-op over in Thrapston being robbed. It's quick, it happens, and it's not actually, so you can't report everything. But looking at older people, one thing that worries me is that we had a policy in place to stop people, what I call cold calling. And do you see that there is an increase in cold calling and what we can do as a council to stop it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Actually, I think cold calling is your responsibility as a councillor more than it's mine. Obviously, policing is concerned about it. And for instance, we've been doing some training, particularly around the fraud. I think there's some details in here, where actually we've been training carers to spot the signs of vulnerability and stuff like that. There's kind of a wider partnership. I'm a big fan of ones that ban cold calling and work in conjunction with policing, but that actually needs to be done in conjunction with councils. As to actually the recording of crime, you make an important point. One of the things I've been very pleased with is Northamptonshire Police is one of a few forces that has a good in terms of crime recording. But this is also quite a complex area, and forgive me, I'm going to use you as an example. So you and I are in a relationship. You beat me up on a regular basis. Just bear with me for the example I'm using. I finally lost patience and I've reported it to the police because you're so mean and horrible to me. But and it's not a laughing matter, but it's happened 20 times before. When I disclose that to police, we will disclose that you've beaten me up 20 times. I like to choose a more ridiculous one. And you go, but actually, this last time was really bad, and I only want you to deal with that one. Well, actually, and this is one of the bits around the nuance, and actually I hope this incoming Home Secretary really looks at the Home Office numbers. So actually, I would say, you know what, no, I don't, I'm reporting them, I don't want anything done about them, well then I've just added 19 crimes to Northamptonshire Police's crime queue that would show as unsolved. But I absolutely want to do one around this. So there is also the bit in, and you'll get this from the briefing, I'm looking at the number of victims relative to also crimes as well. So that's why some of the things that we, in terms of monitor, but we would then make sure that you're wrapped around, or they're wrapping around me, aren't we, because it's the other way around, me as a victim, and that we'll prosecute that one. But by the very nature of that, that means there's a 5, just on that set alone, suddenly it'll look like Northamptonshire Police has only solved 5% of all of that crime, when actually that's what you as a victim would want. So there is also some nuance in there and being victim-led. One of the reasons that I provide a home for rape crisis above voice is, at the end of the day, much as I find it abhorrent, and I want to see every rapist locked up in this world, the reality is, if a woman doesn't want to go through that trial, that is her choice, and we need to. I might find that difficult as the Commissioner, but that absolutely is a right. But actually, I do still want to make sure that she gets support. So there is some kind of wider nuance under it. We are also trying to do things to make it easier in terms of devices and other ways to make sure you report it. I remember my post bag when I started, I had an awful lot of complaints about 101 and how long it took to run. I don't get that anymore because both we've invested in it and we've also found kind of alternative ways. But with the highest number of police officers we've now have in the county, and actually making sure that we roll them out into further investment in our neighbourhoods, then also then it's that informal saying, I'm very worried about that, and there's those relationships in communities do it. And all of that, hopefully, is coming to why we've got one of the smallest, sadly still a slight increase, but it's not, that isn't a proxy for crime, because one of the things, if you look, the National Crime Survey of England and Wales shows crime across this country going down. However, the number of reported crimes is going up, because also there is that bit, you know, like you talk in terms of rape. I want to make sure that every rape is reported to us. There are some that are actually in some of the good work we've done in this county around protecting violence against women and girls. People historically are coming and bringing those things. You know, just the other day here in Northamptonshire, there was some prosecutions that date to activity that was going 10 or 15 years ago. So that is a good thing, but of course they take a lot longer to bring to justice as well.
Councillor Owen, you're next.
Thank you. Staying on the data, Commissioner, I thought this was a great report, very, very informative, both your own report and the police report. A couple of things sort of jumped out at me, though. There didn't seem to be too much in terms of data from people themselves, from the people that the police are serving. In a couple of cases, for example, it said, protect and support the vulnerable. You had perceptions from the people you were protecting and supporting, what percentage of people felt that was adequate and so on, and that's useful. I just thought there should be more of that. There was a bit about victim satisfaction in the police report, but as a councillor and as a human, I know that policing is more about the perception of policing. It's about how people feel, whether they feel safe. And I would love there to have been sections on what do you, as a member of the public, think the priorities for the police should be? How safe do you feel? Are you actually reporting crimes? Or did you not report a crime because you thought it wouldn't be dealt with? And I think this sort of thing, if it fed into the targets as well as the hard data, would make this much more useful.
A really good question, actually. I could wax lyrically on this one for quite a bit. Because you're absolutely dead right, Sam. In any one year, 96% of the residents of Northamptonshire will have nothing whatsoever to do with Northamptonshire Police. Thankfully, it's a very small percentage of our society that comes into contact. But, and I get different feedback mechanisms. I get ones around, I've seen a lot of police officers lately, and that's making me nervous what's going on, to other ones that don't. But I think one of the cornerstones that we know about is always in terms of neighbourhood policing, which is why we've tripled the size. Some will go, well, triple the size sounds fantastic. It's because it was in such a poor state when we started to invest in it, and that kind of continual reassurance. We do actually do some of that performance metrics, and we used to do it, I think it was in partnership with Leicestershire, wasn't it, Mrs. King? And I think we were dissatisfied with some of the data that we're getting. So we're looking at a new solution, because you're dead right. I can sit here wax lyrically and say we've the lowest increase in crime in the country, but if people aren't feeling it or are feel threatened in their communities, then we're not doing our job. And there are lots of different things that we are doing that. I mean, one of the ones in terms of visibility, we also have detailed understanding where our police officers have been. We're looking at how we can publish that to reassure, but not so much so in detail in terms of time that they could be targeted, in terms of safety there. We continue to look at mechanism we can do to make and/or that contact, but it's something that we strive very hard to do. I think the other point that you probably make is there's probably some more of our victim data that we actually could go. I do actually have a dashboard that's going up and down that gives me an indication, and when we do the briefing like I say, outside of here, I'll show you some of those, and hopefully with our new provider will give us kind of even more detail. But we're not averse, Nikki's just kicked off a piece of work across our violence against women and girls. Is it Ipsos Mori? I think it is Ipsos Mori. I don't want to get the wrong firm that's doing it for us. Doing a very detailed piece of work across women across the county, how they feel, perception, some of the stuff that, so we can actually inform. We need to, and it will be a continual challenge to make sure how do we get better data, have more meaningful conversations with the public, exactly around that point. How do you feel, and what can we do to improve it? And there's little things. Some of you have seen our announcements about. It might sound odd when I bring it in this way. 3-wheeled bikes. It means so that we're actually in our communities. We launched this week because they're green to make sure that they're not behind. They can talk to people much more easily. You can drive them on a car licence, and we're trying here in Northamptonshire. Developed, by the way, by a Northamptonshire-based firm that hopefully will roll out all over the world. So hopefully it'll be good for bits there. But you make a very good point. Perception is really important to us.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's on. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Philip made a really very good point there, one that I was going to make. It is about perceptions and it's statistics. It's Abraham Lincoln had something to say about that. It's just too complex to just rely on the statistics. What I perceive personally is that the police and Stephen have taken a different attitude to things. And it's the change of attitude that's important. I perceive that, and I'd like to thank the police for that. I'll just point to Anita on page 88. There is some comparison figures from last year to this year. Yeah, page 88, there are some comparators. I'll get in trouble in a minute if we start having a
Sorry, you have to only do one at a time because it doesn't work otherwise.
I'm very much aware, read thoroughly the report. What I have said over and over again is to have a table, which of course Commissioner have explained, that he'll be prepared to give me more detail. What I'm after is a table that shows on a quarterly basis previous crime stand and this, now we stand in that, and so like that you can compare. So thank you very much, Councillor. I have read it. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Well, I'd just like to say that I think the attitude is changing for the better. I think the response is going in the right direction. I think there is no complacency about what's being done, and all of these things ought to be sent back to the police force so that they can, and I hope others agree, if you don't, please say why you don't. Nobody's perfect, but just looking at the bold statistics can sometimes be a little bit misleading.
Thank you for that, Councillor Roberts. And I think that's the thing, you know, it's hard to believe not many years ago Northamptonshire Police was kind of you know, in special measures. It's called the engage stage with Hmrc FRS. To be honest, you know, I'm a bit of Formula, we'll use whichever analogy you want, Formula One or football. You know, we're mid-table with the ambition to make sure that we get into the top quarter and stay there. But it's also about making sure that we understand where we are on that journey. You know, the public of Northamptonshire and the government have invested significantly in Northamptonshire Police to kind of move us on. When you think that the original allocation I gave to the Chief Constable in my first ever budget was something in the region of £110 million a year, and now it's upwards of getting towards £150 million a year. You know, we have significantly more police officers. But actually, you know, at the same time, to invest in the future, we've got a degree programme. There's protected learning in there. So their availability on their 3 years that it takes them to fully qualify these days means that, bear in mind, it was some 3 years ago that I started the big uplift, the government then come in 2 years after that to back it up, and we've got another year to go on their uplift. You know, getting from that 1,170 to over 1,500. We might have them, but they're not all deployable in quite the same way that we would be. At the same time, as a consequence of things like COVID and the questions that made people think about how much they wanted to work or not, you know, retirements continue to be a challenge. We're actually one of the few forces in the country that will probably hit its uplift numbers in a way that others are not. You know, you've got people like, show you the competitive nature, you know, the Met is offering £5,000 bonus to everyone who signs on. That ironically hasn't gone down very well with their own staff because they're kind of like, that's great, and shall I leave and come back again in terms of signing on. I believe West Midlands is doing the same and Scotland is about to do the same. So in terms of there is something of an arms race. Northamptonshire Police is seen as a good service on the up. We are not where we need to be yet, but we're doing it on the basis that we're laying firm foundations. You know, the Chief and I talk a lot about what leadership should look like, about the proactivity of it, making sure that data can be provided to the front line. There's lots of other bits when I assess whether they're going in where they would want to be. But I would certainly say they're in the top half of the table, the top half of the grid, but they are by no means near the top yet. And I'll be very interested, and I do expect to see further progress when the next peel inspection occurs, probably over the next 18 months. And I know we've made really good progress, but we're still not where we would like to be yet.
I had a couple of hands come up. Pauline, if you go first, and Zoe next, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sticking to the statistics, I just wanted to say, each year we sit here and we set budgets, okay? So when we look at 21-22 budgets, and we look at statistics in terms of the rise in rape and other sexual offences and violence against the persons, for me, my question would be, how can you provide some reassurance to the public in terms of the support that you're giving to the Northamptonshire Force or Chief Constable in order to deal with such increases in those offences year by year, especially looking at these data? I'd like you to answer, please.
You just turn you off your microphone.
Sorry, I can't answer until you do. And this is one of those things. What actually do I judge Northamptonshire Police's success on? The good thing is the absence of crime, not crime itself. So one of the things in terms of my feedback to the government as they do the funding formula, it very much, if you like, it rewarded, if you've got lots of crime, you've got more money, when actually it should be incentivising you for the absence of crime. So we look at, in terms of proxy measures, so one of the ones in there in terms of all crime and positive outcomes. No, I use my example. If me and you disagree and you come and thump me, do you know what? There's nothing Northamptonshire Police can have done to stop you doing that when you woke up in the morning. Okay? What we can then judge is their response to it. So things that I will be looking at is their time, the positive outcomes, how they've been, you know, how in this instance, because you've thumped me, just in my example, I apologise for that, Pauline. You know, we're then going to monitor how satisfied I've been in terms of performance, how updated I got in terms of prosecution, how quickly it could get through. You also have to, and sometimes our title is kind of unfortunate because being Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner belies the other work that we do on the wider piece of criminal justice. So actually the positive outcomes at the moment is under significant pressure because if I look at the delays in our courts, you may or may not be aware there's obviously a barrister strike at this moment in time, which is having a terrible time in terms of positive outcomes for women particularly, because God forbid if you've been through a traumatic sexual assault, rape or just domestic violence, then actually you want to move on with your life. You don't want to come back and relive that several years later in front of a court and or potentially the perpetrator. Now, some of the defence barristers are doing their job quite appropriately, quite rightly, are pushing some of those things and saying, you know what, don't plead at this moment in time, because actually you might never get to court in terms of delay. So you've kind of got to look at some of those normal. But the bits I am looking at, I very carefully, and we overfund to make sure in terms of victim support, in terms of, God forbid you are. We've done a lot of work to make sure with the force that they're doing better. So in the past, they had a system where it was almost like a conveyor belt of crime. Someone did this, someone then did the investigation. And now it's owned by one, and that continues to be the single point of contact. But one of the bits I'm most interested in is the positive outcome rates. And like I said, if a chief was here, and you probably get it from the minutes, it's probably the area that we most spend our time talking about, because actually I'm never going to be satisfied with it. But I also will be coming, and I will be sharing with you, because I've got a very detailed piece of work. I used my example of my 19th and my 20th crime as to what some of those mean. Because on one level, you look at it and go, well, actually, Northamptonshire Police, over the last couple of months, has been in the top 3 in terms of positive outcomes. But when you consider that the positive outcome rate is around 15%, now I'm not a betting man, but if you told me I could commit a crime and I got an 85% chance of getting away with it, I'd be very happy with that. I'd like to place a few bets or buy a few shares or something with those kind of odds, thanks very much. Or certainly they're better odds than I'm ever going to get doing the lottery. So that's not the real number, because there's a load of ones that there's no chance in terms of investigation. So we're working. And I think you also need to understand, as we, if you like, turn over the leaf and we get into the detail and the data more and more, there are more things that we discovered. There's better ways in terms of us asking questions and teasing some of that kind of information out. So for me, one of the key ones is how good a job are we doing in terms of positive outcomes? And there's a myriad of bits in there. I use my domestic violence one. We have Project Pippa, which if somebody admits it, conditional caution, and they go on a programme that helps and supports them. And I use domestic violence. Domestic violence continues to be 20 to 25% of Northamptonshire Police's daily demand. Now, I can only measure their response to it. I also do work, as you know, in terms of early intervention to support families so it doesn't happen in the first place, or stop the childhood trauma so they go on to do it. So there's no one piece, if that makes sense, but those wider bits, and you know how committed I am to stopping violence against women and girls.
Yeah, okay, sure. You need to turn your...
Just a follow-up question. I think I just wanted to understand financially how that impacts on the policing budget for Northamptonshire when crime rates are kind of increasing and they're having to deal with it.
Look, You'll know my representations for government and my colleagues will know how much time I spend trying to make sure I extract money from government. If crime shot through the roof through no fault of Northamptonshire, we do have reserves to make sure that we can if you like, flex. And we have been reasonably prudent over the recent years to make sure that, God forbid, because we're obviously quite worried about, but you know, I'm not quite in the same case. The National Police Chiefs Council got the, they use the term they're worried about civil unrest. I don't think I'm in that quite the same place, but contingencies are being put in place to make sure that we manage some of those. Because we've been very sensible with our money, we have a little bit in the bank that if we need to, we can flex. I could go over the 1,500 police officers in terms of coming back. But I think the bit you kind of need to know is we do have more officers than ever before, but they're not all as deployable as we would want them to be. But there isn't some magic tree. There was even given the point I was making about some of the forces, they were trying to put a ban on transferees, because that's the other one you can be a bit naughty, can't it? I can let some recruit, and then you could actually try and steal them to others. But let's be clear, there is a fixed amount of police officers in this county, and there's not some magic number I got to put up. But actually, that's where it's really important that we work in partnership with people to genuinely stop it happening in the first place.
Okay,
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor McGee.
Thank you. It was what Councillor Roberts was saying about perception that made me, that put this thought in my mind. I think until recently, Councillor Roberts, I may have disagreed with you, but actually I'd like to pass along my gratitude to yourself, the Chief, but particularly those police officers on the ground, particularly in Corby, as in my area, as I know just through living in the area and from friends, family and residents, there has been a huge drive in establishments and known areas of county lines and drug crime. There's been a huge drive to eradicate that and tackle that and go into those. So I'm hugely impressed by that and hugely grateful for that, because that is a real plague in our community. So it's very important, and I think it settles residents because it's proof that there is something being done. Where there's a lot of background work that go into these things, to see it play out like that does give a lot of reassurance to our communities, which I'm very grateful for. Just in terms of some of the brilliant projects that have gone on, for example, the summer activities to build relationships between police and young people, and also in terms of the violence against women and other projects on here, they are brilliant. But in my other role that I have when I write reports, or if I write a monitoring report, or if I write a project plan, I would have to include a section on the future of that project, the plan of that project, how I would plan to make that project sustainable, whether it would be a one-off, whether it would be a repetition. In these plans in the future, I'd love a bit of information, a couple of sentences on how is that project sustainable, will it continue, how will the outcomes of that project be measured, and how will that either stop, or will the ethos of that project continue into another project? Just to give a reassurance to say, yeah, that is brilliant, but it's done now. What's either been learned, or how will it continue?
Very good question. First of all, thank you. Like I said, we have made progress, and I use the royal we, but we're not quite where we would want to be yet. I suppose the key piece is we have a solid financial, I've moaned about the funding formula and how I would like it to be higher. And actually, I particularly have challenged the Chief to say, look, we're working on this. Also, if and when, and I am hopeful we get that money, what will that mean? And actually, the area that we both agree on is that investment in communities, in neighbourhood policing, that's going to make sure those gains are sustainable. And that's how we're then going to ensure. But look, we have a good budget. We do have the advantage or disadvantage, depending on your perspective, that getting on for nearly 50% of what our budget comes from local taxpayers. As a consequence of that, should there be any situation where there's some challenge in the Home Office around government funding and some of those sorts of things, we're more resilient is probably the positive we're less likely to be kind of blown off course as a consequence of that. As I sit in this chair as the Commissioner, you know how, and I think you've got a paper later, our early intervention, our youth teams are really quite sacrosanct to me. That I think Nikki would kill me if I ever tried to I obviously continue to challenge her to make sure that they are operating in the most efficient way and doing that. She's just done some work quite recently to make sure both of them, the ACE team and youth work, come together more. And I think a lot of these, there's a bit of Kaizen in that journey that we continue with. But we will, you know, if something works, we're going to keep doing it again, if you like. And there are some of those bits. And that's certainly a challenge that we make but to be honest, both police and fire. Because actually, in many ways, the fire service brand and some of their prevention work is really crucial in terms of that kind of capable guardian part that they've kind of got in communities, and actually policing can learn from that as well.
If I can just come back to Councillor McGee's question and reinforce that, we're seeing this brilliant work done in the Hemingwell at the moment. We had a lot of work done in the Victoria previously with Safer Streets. It'd be quite nice to see the outcomes of that and, you know, what impact that's have, because I presume you have to present that when you go for more funding anyway, to say, well, this is what we did before and this is the impact of it. So therefore, you know, please, can we have some more money? But it'd be really useful to know how well that succeeded. I'm sure, you know, that there must be some sort of measures that you use for that.
Just on that, Paul Fell's timing was perfect. I'm not going to spring it on him and say, can he answer this question for me, because he's no idea what the context of the question. You're right. Part of the reason we've been quite successful in getting money from government for Safer Streets is the robustness of us measuring afterwards. When he comes and sits here in a second, he'll remind me that we have an interim evaluation of the work that we've done on Hemingwell we've provided to government. I don't know if we actually did have we actually got the final report of the evaluation of the success on Hemingwell, but we obviously do these things, so much so, and it's almost good that you turned up there, Paul. Some of the good work that we've done is actually we've got other OPFCCs or OPCCs being referred to look at how we've done this, because we've got in terms of partnership and actually some of the kind of best practice that we've got. Paul, is there anything you want to add just to it about the evaluation for him?
Yeah, thank you. Afternoon, everybody. Timing is everything. Yeah, so the Home Office have commissioned a national organisation to do evaluations of all the Safe Streets projects. So we haven't got that yet. They've only just midway through it or just about to finish it. So we haven't got an evaluation of the Hemingwell. Context of that, though, is some of the interventions didn't get put into place until the 31st of March, so it's really, really early to ring that. We've got some really good positive vibes from people who lived on the community. We have done some interim evaluations of the work we did in Safer Streets round 1, which was the previous year. In fact, that's why I was late here, because I've just been chairing a meeting around that. Early indications of that, both from public perception-wise about feeling safer, but actually some of the crimes we tried to target, early indications are in the first 8 months that they have seen a downturn. I am honest enough to say that we are coming out the back of COVID and lockdown and restrictions as well, so we need to take that into account. We will be doing a further evaluation towards the middle of the autumn around our round 1 plans, and at the end of the autumn we'll be doing an interim evaluation of our round 2 plans, which included the Hemingwell. So I think that's it. I think I answered the question. I don't have an evaluation at the minute, but we are working on it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Asks me, I think yes, there is. Whilst we didn't have a full bid for Corby, as I think you know, we're spending some stuff there because we were so pleased with some of the outcomes from it. We freed up some money that we actually made sure we did our Safer Streets light, because we felt and we could prove that it was kind of making a difference. And we were able to look at some of those for Corby.
That's excellent news. That means I don't have to ask. Thank you. I'd just like to also add that I just want to see more measurable outcomes. You obviously have them, and they're obviously brilliant. I'd just love them to be shared with us so that we can all enjoy that as well and start to see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so on that, in relation to the safer streets, there are outcomes. They in the main relate to neighbourhood crime, because that is what the fund was for. So that's domestic burglary, it's theft of and from motor vehicles and theft. But there is a bunch of ancillary data that we've collected as well. So if I go back to Safer Streets 1, by putting the alley gates in to stop people's houses being burgled, we predicted, and we have in fact seen, a reduction in fly tipping, a reduction in reported antisocial behaviour. We haven't stopped drug dealing, but what we have done is sort of pushed the drug dealing that took place in dark alleyways onto the streets, and then the strategic positioning of the CCTV that we implemented meant that we were able to cover more effectively, or the police were able to cover more effectively, the areas they were pushed out onto. So those are in the interim evaluation. I'm really happy to share the interim evaluation with you. There's no secrets in it, and there's nothing to be embarrassed or shy about, and then we can progress that as we go through the formal evaluations later in the year.
We are running a bit late. I've got to know, it shows you've spoken before, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage was next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very pleased to see and to hear that clearly there is investment into community funding at projects and initiatives there. I'd like to understand, because clearly preventative measures are really quite more effective and certainly hopefully cheaper as well, to communities at large. Just what sort of engagement there is in terms of the resilience, because there are many local websites, social media engagement opportunities there that the police obviously engage with, I'm sure. How much of that are they aware of, are they really engaging with? There's an awful lot of news that I get on a daily basis, I'm sure we all do as people representatives around the table, that does not come from the police and certainly is important to tap into to understand obviously what's happening, what sort of crimes and a model there that perhaps is coming through. The other thing I'd like to ask, separate question, is how much of the completion, if you like, or solving of crimes is down to community agreements, if you like, that are probably there in terms of finding ways to perhaps avoid taking matters to court, etc. So how many of those community agreements are put into place as opposed to perhaps taking that matter further? Thank you.
There's so much I could answer on that one. I think the first one in terms of, look, I'll jump back. Legitimacy is a key, and that relationship that you've got with kind of the UK policing with the public is by far one of its most important strengths, and that ability to feel that they could report crime and actually make sure they find themselves that it's both listened to and something's done about it is the kind of cornerstone of kind of UK policing. And you're right, as we kind of move into the kind of digital age, even just the responding and dealing with some of the kind of misinformation that we see on some of the social media. And as such, you know, that's a good example of why Chief Constable brought somebody in to do a kind of an external review of our comms to make sure we're fit for, got the right tools, got the right structures for the future. Because you're right, going back to the point that was made earlier, that feeling of safe isn't helped when someone writes a piece of rubbish on social media and it spreads like wildfire, because nothing spreads quite as well as bad news or the kind of the fear of it. So in terms of some of those are kind of really, really important. And you had a final point that my handwriting's so bad I can't quite read what the note was actually. Okay, thank you. Community resolution agreements, and how many cases are resolved that way? As part of the positive outcomes, we monitor that quite carefully. And even to some of you may not know, so I chair the local criminal justice board. One of the challenges we've actually had is, given the bit I was making about Barrister Strike's delays in courts, has meant that, you know, them being advised not to, you can only have a community resolution order if there is an admittance of guilt. So again, I've got lots of ups and down graphs that might show, as a consequence of a strike in barristers, the community resolutions will slow down, because actually why would someone admit anything in terms of guilt? Because quite frankly, there's less chance of it going to court. So you actually have to say it. So we've also done some work to also train our officers, to get them connected and have some defence barristers come and say, well, actually, if we have too many no-comment interviews, for instance. Everyone watches a bit of TV and thinks that's the way forward. Actually, and then it gets to court, wastes an awful lot of time in court when this could have been kind of resolved out there. We would prefer, for the less serious, there'd be more community resolutions. And for instance, we've already seen Operation Project Pippa in terms of around domestic violence. Those have been really quite powerful because you've got situations where, quite frankly, there might be violence, there might be stress in a relationship, but actually they still care about each other. So actually it's as much about, the community resolution, marriage guidance, for instance, might not be marriage, but, relationship counselling to make sure they do it. And actually, I hope we see more of it, and then that also frees up time for the more serious stuff to get dealt with at court.
Okay. Councillor Stratton, you're next.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, I really think the police, the service, is failing Northampton. And it's failing Northampton badly.
Sorry,
I'm sorry to have
Councillor Stratton, could you bring your microphone?
Yeah, I'm sorry to have to say that, but it's a fact. Now, when we had the Borough Council, and people who live in Northampton used to come to Northampton and bear me out, we had a number of PCSOs patrolling and doing a good job to prevent crime in Northampton, because most of them were sponsored by the Borough Council. We don't have the Borough Council anymore, and we have to rely directly on the police. But where are the PCSOs? I don't see them. I don't see them. My other colleagues don't see them. But we keep hearing that, we keep hearing the notion of visual policing. There isn't any visual policing, not in Northampton. I mean, I'm just looking here at, page 64, and right at the top it says budget conditions, letters update, and the very last line, it says here, he, referring to the, I think it's referring to the police chief, he has reiterated that he wished to quickly see the promised PCSO's review. I think the people in Northampton will like to see a copy of that review when it becomes available, because we have so much problems in parts of Northampton where we desperately need PCSOs. We're not talking about the police as a police officer, we're talking about the lower level. So we can have visual policing to help prevent crime, to help stop fly tipping, to speak to people, to build relationship. We haven't got that. So I think the police is failing. The service is failing Northampton. I'm sorry to have to say that, because quite frankly, I've been coming here for years, and I've had bloody well enough, right? Why am I coming here? Why am I coming here when the people I represent is being treated so badly?
Councillor Stratton, let's let Commissioner answer.
No, there's one other thing I've got here.
Okay. Is that a different point?
Chair, yes. On page 66, stop and search. We still have the problem with stop and search where it's disproportionate in terms of black people. Why is this? We keep on and on banging on this for years, and it's still happening. We've got to put an end to it. Thank you very much.
You've obviously got a very specific area that's of grave concern to you, so I would suggest we meet and take that one outside of here, because obviously it's specific to that. On the kind of wider point, yes, I do wish to see the piece around kind of PCSOs. It is important that we have been under strength, and I think we actually will be back up to strength. I think it's November, Paul, I was just, I think it's October, that will be back up to strength. I'm particularly keen because obviously you're providing me an important piece of feedback in your area that there's not enough kind of present. So I'm happy to meet with you and facilitate a conversation with the local policing area. You are more than welcome in terms of as is any member, to come and view our stop and search working group, where each of the one are scrutinised. It is an important tactic that continues to use. I'm quite happy to have a discussion with you and invite you so you see firsthand the scrutiny of that to make sure that it's used and is appropriate.
I'd say we've got people wanting to speak again, and we've got to try and get to the end of it. Councillor Clark hasn't spoken at all yet, so I can ask him to come in now.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick one. I'd like to reiterate about the PCSOs as well. There's not enough, and when they are available, they do a fantastic job. Right, I just wanted to pass comment, really. I'm happy with the report in general. It's going in the right direction. Just one concern is obviously with the figures, where you're doing well, that the resource is not going to be taken and take your foot off for the areas where it's not doing so well. So just a bit of reassurance is that we'll get that resource and improve the areas that need improving.
Commissioner, I think, this will come down to individual areas. Commissioner, do you meet with councillors nowadays from the various areas? Because I think that obviously it was really useful, because then people can bring up these more specific things that are relating to a particular area.
Absolutely. We have an open event every 4 to 6 weeks where people bring up very specific. We used to do it in person. When we moved to Teams, we moved from 20 or 30 people coming to something like 60 to 80, and I know some of yourselves have kind of been there. I thank you for the kind comments. It is worth kind of just reiterating, and sound defensive here, I have no direct way of saying, can you put a police officer over there? That is absolutely the operational independence that is enshrined in law of the Chief Constable, and quite rightly. Otherwise, when some people upset me, I'd be going, Chief, can you get her arrested? I know you'll take it in the spirit it's meant, so you know how
I don't think we want so much...
Dorothy always gives me a hard time. So there's none there. But you're dead right. At the end of the day, Chief Constable quite rightly has to have, if things are going well in an area, and that is one of the challenges in terms of resources, is they kind of get moved around. But that is absolutely why I'm passionate about making sure we've got more PCSOs. Sadly, the county, I think it was the county council, probably long before you retired, before they used to fund, and you're right, they used to fund something like in conjunction 160. I think it's probably 10 years ago or something since that was kind of or even longer than that. I am committed to make sure, and like I said, if we can get more money from the government, that's where we will be putting it. But it doesn't mean in the meantime we shouldn't be addressing some of the concerns that you're raising.
Commissioner, is there still a possibility that the parishes used to be able to put some money in to fund some of these?
Absolutely. So we currently have, we actually had an event, was it last week? It seems like a lifetime ago, to celebrate some of them. I think we're actually up to 12 sponsored PCSOs at the minute. We've
currently got 9. We've got 2 waiting in the wings to have one, and picking up on Councillor Strachan's point about Northampton, we've recently had conversations with Northampton Town Council about the very thing that you spoke about. They approached us, and in fact, I'm still waiting to hear back from them. They potentially want me to go to a meeting on the 19th of September. So time's running out for that, but I'm available, and it's in my diary if they want me to go and talk to them about it.
Sorry, I've been working behind the scene with 1 or 2 councillors from the town council. I haven't been getting anywhere so far, but we all need to do a bit.
I think it might be an idea to sort of a bit more publicity on those schemes, because I haven't seen it recently, to be honest. I've got 3 people who still want to speak. Mrs. Shields is very desperate to speak, but we are, yes, we've got quite a few people who only just spoken once. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, my question is to do with Police Accountability Board of 8th of March. Now, you raised, Commissioner, you raised concern about what appeared to be a downturn in performance in the force responding to requests for information under the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme. Now, you stated that the Chief Constable acknowledged that, and he said it was unacceptable, and he would rectify this. Now, you also say that you would reassess this situation in 3 months' time. Now, this happened in March, so we've got April, May, June. I'm looking into your Police Accountability Board. There is no mention about this improvement. So my question is, what is the outcome of it?
There has been quite a lot of work being done. So, and really it's important to understand the context. I'm not happy about it. A decision, and these are things you uncover in terms of accountability. Someone made a decision that they wouldn't reply under Clare's law in a time frame during COVID, something I found wholly unacceptable, and as did the Chief Constable. So we put stuff in place to make sure kind of any backlog has been dealt with. It hasn't totally been dealt with yet, and I suspect we'll get a very detailed one probably next month to make sure they have solved it. They've made really good progress, but they're not totally there yet as part of the review. But please be aware, we're on it and monitor it quite carefully.
The other things, Commissioner, I was going to say, this is a good thing. I'm looking at your scheme, project, repeat, Operation Repeat. Now, this has been in operation since September 2021. I would like to know about the numbers of people, because it would appear from the content of this report that this is an ongoing crime statistic. We're talking about vulnerable elderly person and also, of course, vulnerable elderly.
Very quickly, Operation Repeat was a plan to train people that worked in care sector with vulnerable people. So rather than try and train elderly people, that's who we're talking about in this particular case, how to protect themselves from fraud, we took the decision to train people that went into the homes, district nurses, care assistants, etc. We trained about, I think it was in the region of 200 people last year. Very successful, received lots of positive feedback. We're going to be doing it again this year and the following year. It was so successful that Cadent Gas approached us and said they would match fund our training so we could train twice as many people. Their interest obviously is from doorstep crime type people pretending to be gas fitters. So it's worked, it's going to be, and we've got a 2-year programme starting again this year.
Is this scheme, you work in association with Age Concern by any chance?
Oh.
Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, can we be quick, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a brief point, which is that clearly we've been touching upon a lot of operational activity, and I appreciate that the Commissioner clearly is a strategic policy man, and we clearly have an operational side of the entirety of the Northamptonshire Police Force. It'd be very good to actually extend the invitation to the Chief Constable to be here, and I know that certain fellow colleagues would have lots of questions and certainly have been trying for some time to get those answered from different areas. So it would be fair, I think, if we gave him a right to reply, to invite the Chief Constable to attend the next meeting.
Okay. How does everyone feel about that? I mean, he's usually come to private briefings, hasn't it, rather than to the and he can perhaps fill us in a bit more. Yeah, sorry, James.
Through you, Chair, I certainly think if the panel was looking to invite the Chief Constable to a panel meeting, it would be appropriate and helpful for the panel to be specific about the purpose of his attendance And of course, that purpose should reflect that the panel's role is to hold to account, is to scrutinise and support the Commissioner, not to hold to account the Chief Constable.
Madam Chairman, following on the invitation of the Chief Constable, I think it would be to have clarity around his policing operationally, and I think we've had questions raised here, quite important ones, that clearly the Commissioner is handling the policy and the strategic direction, but I think it really is important. He's completely identified the fact, absolutely right, that we don't hold the Chief Constable to account, but I think it gives us the opportunity to understand the operational side of things, as we've had obviously from the Chief Fire Officer in the past as well.
I think perhaps we need a conversation with the Chief Constable.
I'd suggest we take it offline. I maintain the offer I've made previously for a more detailed briefing to panel members. For instance, Chief did a briefing to a number of individuals who turned up to it. It wasn't, probably not weeks, I would say, rather than months. So more than happy for him to do another one. But if you, and I will reflect on, if you bring the panel, there will be much more guarded conversations that kind of have. If you want an honest conversation, it's best to have a briefing. But I do remind you, you're here to help and support me. It is my job to hold the Chief Constable to account.
Okay, that'd be his background. Councillor Maxwell, the last speaker, please, on this item.
Mine's just quickly. I see from the graphs, which are really good, you haven't put about child grooming. It is an issue because it's still going on, but how can we ensure that the numbers which are now creeping up again are actually reflected in your report?
Not easily confused, Dorothy, but I'm not sure in what sense of the report you're asking me. If it's just a broad question around you're using this part of the report to ask me a question out of context, I'm quite happy to try and answer it. But was there a particular section that it related to that I've missed? Sorry.
What I was saying was, at the moment, in your charts, you haven't actually put about child grooming. And although it's not reflected here, it is an issue.
Far be it from me to suggest, I think you've a thing around supplementary about kind of youth violence and early intervention. It might be something that's worth us wrapping that up and providing you more detail on that when we do that.
Okay. I think, I suspect this is a snapshot. I'm sure there are lots of other details that are not in the report of various crimes. But these are some that we can see to get an idea. If we can move on to the next item. Sorry.
In terms of outcomes from that, so there were a number of suggestions and offers during discussion. So the Commissioner offered to provide the panel with a briefing session on the performance measures underneath the information presented to the panel. There was I think a positive offer of to share the interim evaluations of safer streets projects, and there was also an offer to panel members, as many as may be interested, to observe the stop and search working group. So I don't know if the panel wanted to assent to any or all of those.
I think they were all reasonably that everyone would agree with those. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. Next one is the outcome of the Hmrc FRS inspection of the fire service.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chairman, today's report follows a request from the panel. It provides you with an oversight of the recent Hmrc FRS report into the Fire and Rescue Service. As you may know, I'm very pleased that the independent assessment from Hmrc FRS confirmed what I believed was the case, that Northamptonshire Fire and Rescue is providing a much improved service in the way it keeps the county safe. However, I think you'll join me in being disappointed in what Hmrc FRS had to say about values and inclusion. and there's clearly much work that needs to be done in this area. As the PFCC, it is my expectation that plans are put in place to improve the culture as soon as possible. This is also something that we took into account when we appointed the new Chief Fire Officer, and is a key priority in the ongoing journey of improvement. When the new Chief Fire Officer takes up his post, this will obviously be a key issue that we will be closely monitoring and managed, and will keep the panel updated and informed of our progress. I will also be looking for opportunities for further collaboration with Northamptonshire Police as both organisations work to build trust and confidence across the board. Madam Chairman, HMRC FRS have clearly identified that we've been able to make massive improvements to the service. Whilst there is still work to be done, I'm very proud of what has been achieved by working together during this very tough and challenging 3 years.
Very much short and sweet this time. I just wanted to ask you, first of all, page 101, it mentions about the ICT infrastructure. It's very disappointing that it should say that, because I imagine that that is quite a lot of what you do with the enabling. And is that just a timing thing that those things haven't yet been put in place?
Yes, it is worth bearing in mind we only recently, I mean, it's probably not unfair to say, I think we had about 3 people in the providing IT support to Northamptonshire Fire and Rescue. What we have recently done as a consequence of enabling services is bring together a combined team of something like, I think it's upwards of something like 70 people now that supports both all 3 organisations. So it is at a moment in time, it's improving all the time, but we continue to turn over different bits. So for instance, the decision had been made not to renew the command and control service for the fire. So in other words, when you dial 999, and it was actually being supported on a best endeavours basis. Now we have done a procurement for it, we have identified, but again, it's not implemented. So it's quite right that they say, so it's very much a serious groundworks have been done, but they've actually obviously not been delivered. So no, I think that is a very fair assessment of where we are, but actually that was also a little while ago, and much progress has been made since.
Okay, thank you very much. You've got some more, Chair. Mrs. Shields.
Commissioner, I'm looking into the comment made by Hmrc FRS regarding the impact of behavior of its workforce. It states that the inspector concluded that the service is not making enough progress in this area. It is failing to implement the objective outlined in the strategy to make sure it is effectively looked after its people. Staff widely misunderstand the benefit of a diverse workforce. It also indicated within the same report that the policy and manager throughout the organization don't understand them. And also there is a lack of identifying and developing high potential leaders to meet this long-term need. What is the situation today after this report? What progress has been made to, to provide some security, contingency in those areas?
So several things. One, obviously, the report was published only very recently, but we were aware of the contents and it confirmed what I had felt, which is why we took this into account in terms of the kind of recruitment process. There's 2 parts. There's a statutory action plan that the service needed to provide back to HMRC FRS, and I think that was it last week, Paul, or the week before or so? Last week, which they've done. But I'm not interested in just a kind of a, if you like, answer to the test. I'm looking for that kind of wider piece of work. And whilst there is some work being done, obviously we have a new Chief Fire Officer that starts in, I think it's about 1 month and a few days or something. And clearly that's one of the most important kind of areas that's there. I'm in no way diminishing the importance that we give it, but I think it's also worth bearing in mind that in this area, only one service got good in the whole country. And I think it was Lancashire or something off the top of my head. Yes, Lancashire. So there is some bits to make sure, it's not just about having the policies, you're dead right in terms of implementing it, because there are some people, and it's a very small minority, that actually don't think there should be women in the fire service and stuff like that. And we need to do our very best to change those behaviours, and where we can't change those behaviours, then they have no place in a modern fire service. Like I said, you're talking about a very small number of kind of individuals. But at the end of the day, we want to create an environment, and I'm pleased to say, met with the FBU recently, that actually we all share this. We want a working environment where people can come safe, be respected, and unleash all of those talents. And that's certainly what I want to see, the ambition. So I kind of want to see the wider action plan to make sure it's inclusive. I don't just want to tick some boxes for HMRC FRS, and I don't wish to demean that part of it, but that's that wider bit, and it's something that's very important.
Councillor Owen, you're next.
Pleased to hear you say that, Commissioner, about you're tackling if there is flashes of misogyny in the fire service, and it has to be dealt with. I don't know whether this actually means more than that. I must say some of the phraseology that the inspectors have used sends shivers down my spine. Staff widely misunderstood the benefit of, there's a, well, I think one has to be a little bit suspicious when there's weasel words like that. What are they actually meaning? And if only one service across the country got good, it does suggest maybe there's something not quite right about the guidance given to the inspectors. I don't know. I mean, I personally, I will be satisfied if you can just say that you're conforming with the 2010 Act and that there's equality of opportunity within the fire service. And if there is, I think that's enough, whatever the report says.
I never like to sit here and disagree with a member of the panel, but I probably want to see more from that. I would actually say they probably are complying with some of those things, but actually there is a cultural bit. When someone says, and I'll be careful with my choice of words because they were offensive in the example of what someone used, but it would be offensive for them to just say, well, you can't get promoted unless you're a woman around here. I can assure you they gave a much stronger thing that they said that I wouldn't cheapen with in this kind of room. So I want to make sure that everybody can come to work, feel comfortable and respected. I mean, we actually had as part of the recruitment process for the Chief Fire Officer, we had both a kind of a webinar and a hosted one where basically anyone for the service could answer questions. And some of the questions from the women firefighters were quite pointed in kind of how they were actually put across. I'm confident that sufficient steps are being taken robustly. I think some would say in terms of my reason for raising it around kind of Lancashire, I think there's a genuine concern that there's some kind of cultural challenges kind of across the fire service. I'm not sure I share it to that degree, but I do think that we will make a significant step forward by making sure that we deliver on our action plan.
Sir Maxwell.
Well, I just want to say basically, you've got 19 new fire officers now, and they need to be embedded into the fire service, which takes time. And clearly, that hasn't been taken into account. So I feel that the report is somewhat slanted, that's my view, and I think that we should take this on board, that 19 is a lot of people at one time coming in. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, look, the key piece underneath it that I want everyone to cut in, you know, in efficiency and effectiveness, Northamptonshire Fire has made significant improvements. From the requires improvements is had when you inherit the service. So in the bits that the public see, they're doing their job, and that's the kind of the most critical. My challenge is, unless we support our, you know, our service, our firefighters and fire staff to make sure for the kind of included, it won't be sustainable because they won't stay or they'll kind of go somewhere else. So it really, in what is a kind of a hyper competitive kind of employee landscape, if you like, it's really important that we make the right environment. And that's not only about respect, it's also, as you heard me talk about earlier, you know, it's the facilities that we provide them, the equipment that we give them, and making sure they've kind of got the right tools to do the job, in addition to the culture and the diversity that comes with it.
Councillor McGee.
Thank you. Once again, I'm keen to get specific examples and outcomes. So I've got two questions for you that if you could use a specific example to answer them, I'd be grateful. So they might overlap somewhat. So I'd like an example of how the service intend to improve the care for their people, as says in the report. Then I'd also like a specific example of a strategy that has or will be used to improve the culture within the service, please.
I'm not going to give you that today. The reason is, as you quite rightly, it's not my job to deliver it. It's to task the Chief Fire Officer to say, right, I want to see an action plan for doing it. The action plan is being prepared. There is one for our Hmrc FRS. Literally back from holiday, and I want to see it reviewed by a new one. I'm quite happy to share the contents of the action plan afterwards, but obviously I'm not interested in a quick tick box exercise. I want to make sure that it's sustainable. I also want to make sure there's been engagement with the appropriate staff organisations to make sure everybody's on board. So I'm not interested in a quick fix. So I'm sure I could sit here and be glib and give you some examples of some of the things I would expect to see in it, but that's also been part of the problem. I've got my own checklist of things that I expect to see in that action plan, but I actually want to make sure that they also, the senior leaders and the service, gets it.
Thank you. If I could just come back a moment. I think sometimes the trouble we have with these reports is it is very broad, and I understand why it is very broad. So a key example like that I think would really help us to picture that it's not just words on a sheet and that things are being done to improve that. So I would appreciate that if we could have that info.
Okay. Mrs. Shields, you're next.
I'm looking into the cause of concern that has been indicated regarding ensuring fairness and promoting diversity. Now, the recommendation by the 31st of August 2022 state that the service should develop an action plan, i.e. engage with staff, make sure that it has robust process in place, make improvement in a way it collects equality data, and support staff and manager and manage inappropriate behavior. That was a recommendation, and today we are, 8th of September. I was wondering if you can comment on this, please. Thank you.
Yeah, as I previously said, the action plan need to be in. This wasn't a surprise, so when it was published, there was a lot of stuff in train to make sure it's being done. I can give you a list of all the initiatives that they're doing, which in terms of the action plan. I'm not, because actually what I want to see is that that's being delivered. Because if you also read in here, one of the challenges saying the service had got plans. They had done those strategic action plans. No offence, people can write plans. I need to make sure I see it changing on the ground, and of course we'll be monitoring that quite carefully.
Councillor Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that it's a timely report in terms of the changeover at the top and the Chief Fire Officer, and I'm sure that will be something...
Sorry, we've got feedback.
Sure.
Ah, that's
Yeah, that's better.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Just saying, Madam Chairman, it's a very timely report in terms of the changeover of the new Chief Fire and Rescue Officer, and I think we welcome certainly seeing sight of the delivery plan, the action plan, obviously, in terms of how these measures that have been observed that could do with some improvement are. And I absolutely appreciate what the Commissioner just said in terms of some of the points that are clearly quite strong and therefore do need looking into in terms of the culture and some of the comments that have come through. Clearly, I think it's in the minority, not in the majority, because that's what normally happens in a people business, and this is a people business. But there are some areas that clearly need to be looked at, and I'm hopeful that certainly the action plan will be very clear to us as to how those areas will be addressed, and certainly not left for many months to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the good point is that the first two sections of what they call them, efficiency and effectiveness, are good, and that is a real great improvement from before. And there obviously are some areas that need attention, but it does seem as though you're onto it.
And thank you. I think that's the bit I really kind of want to finish on. I think it's only appropriate that we thank the team of Northamptonshire Fire and Rescue for the kind of great work that they've done over the last couple of years to get to this particular point. And so let's not all focus on negative. There have been significant improvements, and the public are a lot safer as a consequence of that. The bit I'm not comfortable with saying is I don't think our staff are as happy as they would be, if you like, as a consequence, and we need to work on with that. But there is a subtle nuance that I will share kind of around the action plan. But again, it's around because your job is to support me to hold to account and to support the fire and rescue service in this particular instance. And I'm more than happy to share with you on the basis that any improvement or suggestions are kind of very welcome. But I'm being a little pedantic because we've got some new members, but just to highlight in the bit that, you know, to support me to do my job, yours is not then to question the fire service to do around what we do, if that makes sense.
Okay. Councillor Strachan.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And it's a bit embarrassing to me to see, one of the things that they're concerned about is promoting diversity. I've been banging away at this for years. For years. Why are we in this situation today? It's not to say that we haven't identified this thing years ago. And still, somebody have to come from outside to embarrass us. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but this is something that should never be on this page. It should never be on this page.
I think the first part I would kind of say I absolutely agree that we should be. I'm not sure I'm a bit about embarrassing. This was not a surprise. This is a confirmation of something that I had felt through our accountability process. And you're right, previous members of fire authorities could consider what more should have been done to ensure that I didn't inherit a service in this particular case. But let's be clear, we know, we understand it, and we'll make sure it gets dealt with.
Okay. Do we need to pull that together?
Or through you, Chair, I think the point emerging from that was the request for the panel to have sight of the action plans that are developed to address areas for improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So now Paul has obviously come in to give us a presentation, and but he's ended up having to answer lots of other questions in as well. So if the Commissioner would like to go on to this, is this use of automated number plate recognition technology in Northamptonshire.
Madam Chairman, the panel requested information related to the operation of automatic number plate recognition, AMPR, which is used to help detect, deter and disrupt criminality at local force, regional and national level, including trafficking of criminals, organised crime groups and terrorists. The £1.3 million investment that we made into ANPR has allowed the force to more than double the size of the network across Northamptonshire and has allowed us to increase the coverage across rural areas and major towns as well as the county's borders. Early on, we were asked about kind of performance metrics, and I think you'll be able to see the effect of that investment. So we're joined today by Paul Fell from Marfis and Chief Superintendent Mick Stamper, who are going to give you a brief presentation on ANPR in Northamptonshire and then answer any questions you might have. So I'll hand over to you, Paul.
Are you happy if we do it here, or do you want us to stand at the front? Happy to stand at the front, then we're facing everybody. Is that okay? Okay, it's not death by PowerPoint. There's only about 8 or 9 slides, and one of those is that one, and the other one says questions and answers at the end, so you'll be fine. So, yeah. Sorry. So there's only a short number of PowerPoint slides. Stephen's introduced myself and Mick, and most of you know us anyway. So we're just going to give you a quick gander through what is ANPR, what was the extension programme that we did over the last 18 months or so, Mick, which I led from Stephen's office, but to be fair, Mick did a sterling job of making sure it all worked operationally, and it's of no value unless it works operationally, so kudos goes to Mick for that. And then Mick, once I've done the first bit, Mick will then go through quickly what we're actually seeing in some of the operational benefits, because that's the proof of the pudding at the end of the day that does that. And then we've got some time, subject to your consent, Chairman, for questions and answers. So next slide, James. So what is ANPR then? So ANPR, automated number plate recognition. So for those of you that may not know, it uses a lot of significant technology, and it's very technology enabled, but at its heart, it's really simple. It's a CCTV camera that has the ability to read a number plate on a car that goes past it. When it reads it, it then compares that number plate with a variety of data sets, which could be data sets that Mick's operational staff put into our local intelligence system. It could relate to the police national computer. It could relate to the driver and vehicle licence agency database, no insurance database, etc., etc. And once that reads, it provides what we would call, the system would call an alert, Mick's team would call a hit, but allows operational police officers to then assess the threat, risk and harm of that hit and respond to it. And those hits can relate to a multitude of things. It can be no insurance and no tax at one end. It can be a vehicle used in drug supply, a vehicle used in burglary, a vehicle that's been used to kidnap a small child. I use those because they're all examples of things that have passed through this county in previous times. So whilst you can be bamboozled by technology, at its heart, it's actually a really simple to understand process. Probably covered everything on that, to be honest, in a couple of seconds. So what we did around the ANPR expansion project was 2 things. We wanted to increase the capability that the organisation, Northamptonshire Police, had to deal with this technology. So 3 things that we came up with that. One was to protect the border of the county. So what we did is we looked at a map of Northamptonshire and we looked at any M roads or A roads that people could use to get in or out of the county and asked ourselves the question, are they effectively covered with ANPR? They weren't. So the first stage was, well, let's protect the county's boundaries by, if you come in and out of the county on a major arterial road, you're more likely than not to be picked up by ANPR. So we know what's going on with cross-border criminality. Don't need me to tell you, we've got a lot of motorways, a lot of A roads, smack bang in the middle of England, bordered by, I think it's 7 or 8 counties. So we're subject to a lot of through traffic. The second one was to protect our rural communities. So there had been investments in ANPR over previous years, but they were largely, not exclusively, but largely focused around the urban areas of our town. So Corby to a lesser extent, particularly Wellingborough and Northampton to a greater extent. So we took a view of, could we provide greater coverage in rural communities? Now that is not sticking an ANPR camera on every village high street in Northamptonshire. What it was about was taking a high-level strategic look at saying, if criminals were using vehicles to move around Northamptonshire, how would they have to travel from one rural part of the community to another rural part of the community? And can we track their movements if we needed to along those arterial or A roads or B roads? So it's not about every village as a massive ANPR network. That isn't cost effective. We probably wouldn't get it through the Home Office in terms of the data privacy impact assessment, but it was about, if you're going to travel from village A to village B, you've got to get there somehow. So how could we best deal with that? And then the third one was, whilst I've said that a lot of our ANPR was in our urban areas, there were still gaps in our urban areas. So how could we better protect our urban areas? And we put a significant number of additional cameras into hotspots in Northampton, Wellingborough, Kettering, Corby, Daventry, and Towcester, Rushden as well. Yeah, so the 6 or 7 key, what you call urban areas in the town centre. And the second bit was about, okay, it's great increasing the capability, but how can the force operationally use that to fight crime? So it was about providing a better response to emerging crime series. It was about preventing and disrupting criminals and denying them the use of the roads. And it was about increasing the use of ANPR for intelligence, because everybody thinks of ANPR about police officers hearing a hit and driving at high speed to stop a car. Actually, there are more proactive uses of the intelligence retrospective that's gained post the commission of a crime than there ever are about hits that can be responded to, because the force only has an ability to respond to so many hits at any one time anyway. We can move on, James, I think. Thank you. Yep, that's moved on. So highlights. So what did we get then? So the first thing I'd say is, how did we pay for this? The total investment was just a bit shy of £1.5 million. The taxpayer of Northamptonshire, well, some of you might, or some of them might, but they didn't pay for that. You'll understand what I'm going to say in a minute. So there is an excess from the money that we get from catching speeders in the county that goes into when they pay to go on a speed awareness course, there is an excess. That's not a dirty word. We're allowed to collect an excess. And that can only be used on road safety or road-related activities. They're Treasury rules. So what we did is we funded this £1.5 million investment entirely from the benefits of people, the money that we took off people that were speeding. I know that's a bit of a contentious issue, but Stephen hasn't raised the council tax in order to pay for this £1.5 million. And I'll be blunt here, because I'm not the politician in the room. If people don't get caught speeding, if people don't speed, there wouldn't be an excess and we wouldn't have the money. So that's how I always deal with that. How did you get the money thing from it? But it is important, because this isn't something that people think they're getting extra cops for and money's been spent on something else. So what we've got from that then is we've put cameras into another 150 sites across the location, and at those 150 sites there are 161 additional cameras went in. There are another 20 or 25 cameras to go in at sites that are owned by Highways England, which won't bore you with the details, but we've had some technical difficulties with Highways England about allowing us to put them on their lampposts, their gantries, and using their electricity. Mick has resolved that. It's just slowed those processes down, but there's about another 20 to go in over the next few weeks and few months. We've purchased some additional car sets, so not only have we got static cameras, we've increased the number of vehicles in the fleet, the police fleet, that have got cameras that are mobile, that allow them to read number plates wherever they happen to be at the time. And then the last one, the last bullet points about staff sounds a bit dull, but there is no point reading number plates. We read between 2.5 and 3.2 million number plates a day in Northamptonshire. There is no point getting all that information in intelligence if nobody's looking at it, because otherwise what you've done is spent a lot of money on technology, but the information becomes useless because no one looks at it. So it was a joint effort. So Stephen, through the fund I've said, funded the £1.5 million, which was the capital investment, and the Chief Constable found the staff. So we haven't employed any new staff to do this. These staff have been relocated from other parts of the business where the Chief felt this was of great value. So that's a quick gander through about what we've done. Mick, I think we'll pick up a couple of slides about what operational benefit we've had as a result.
Thank you, Paul. I'll just give a little warning at the start. Like every organisation, the police, we have our own language and ways of talking about things and so on and so forth. So I'll try and explain those as we go through, but if I say anything and you're thinking, what does he mean by that? Just for a point of clarity, feel welcome to say. So I'll just step out the side so you can see the numbers there. So what this is doing here is it's showing you that between the 1st of January and the end of March this year, 137,638 vehicles activated on our cameras. So whilst, as Paul said, we read about 3 million a day, obviously most of those are perfectly law-abiding citizens who have done nothing. There's no reason why their car would be of interest, but there were 137,000 vehicles, I should have said, sorry, on the existing cameras. With our new cameras, 130,000. So the total is 267, almost 268,000 vehicles that hit, to use our language, through the ANPR readers. If we hadn't invested in this, we'd only picked up 138,000 of those, but we didn't. We picked up another 130,000. So that is a really good thing from our perspective. Thank you. Vehicles are a bit like crime because the vehicles are owned by criminals. Just because you have 267,000 crimes doesn't mean you have 267,000 criminals. People do the same thing repeatedly. So what this is showing you here is that there were, out of that 200-odd thousand that I just showed you, 9,269 vehicles were actually responsible for those hits. So you can see there that there's a few people that do it a lot. Now, of course, you'll hit a number of cameras because there's so many of the things now that it's easy for you to hit more than a few just driving down one road. But again, you can see there that the expansion cameras are picking up quite a lot of those as well. So you can see it's real high volume stuff, and I'll come on to how that's helped us in a moment. Thank you. See, okay. Okay. This shows the geographic breakdown of the activation. So part of this will be to do with how many cameras we put in each area. And part of it will be to do with the nature, the makeup of the area and the level of crime and so on and so forth. I should point out the amount of cameras that we put into each area is in some way proportionate to the amount of crime. So it's not surprising that some of those areas on there get more hits than others. So for example, Northampton, that won't surprise anyone. 33% of all the hits that we pick up are in Northampton. Well, that pretty much reflects the amount of crime. So, you know, there's nothing strange there. Going down to Corby, which is a smaller place, smaller town, fewer cameras, still plenty of cameras, I should point out, but fewer cameras, so therefore you get fewer hits. You can see how it is. There's nowhere that's being, other than Northampton, which is quite large, but you can see that it's a pretty fair and even spread of hits compared to what we would expect due to the criminality and level of crime in each of those towns. So this enhanced capability has given us some really, really good results. And you can see there, for example, we recovered £78 million worth of drugs for a number of reasons, but we would not have detected quite a considerable, huge seizure if it wasn't for ANPR technology that we had installed. So we'd probably just gone straight through our county and we would never have picked it up. But that's a good thing, regardless of where these things are headed. If you can take £78 million worth of drugs off the street, then it's Class A cocaine. It wasn't less serious things. We've got a 94% increase in our vehicles of interest that have been cited, which is brilliant. So all of our officers, they flag vehicles up that we would like to know about this car, and we do it for others as well. So we've had a massive increase in the number of vehicles of interest that are now being seen because they're being picked up by the cameras. When I say seen, I mean the cameras are seeing them. VRN is a vehicle registration number, so the 880 vehicle registration numbers that were identified linked to crime investigation. Bearing in mind this was just that 3-month period. So you can see that if you're involved in crime, the officers will put a mark on your vehicle. We'll find you at some point. And you'll see an example of that in a moment. It's just a matter of time. And something that's been really good, which maybe many people don't realise is a real issue, but it's a problem of cloned vehicles. People driving cars they really shouldn't have on other identities. And the ANPR system is very, very good at spotting that. So we've run operations since July. I appreciate that's not the 3-month period, but since July last year, 439 cloned vehicles were identified. I mean, that's incredible, really. And again, they would have just gone past us, because you can't spot a cloned vehicle with your eyes. The technology needs to do it, so it's fantastic. Thank you. So moving to fighting, am I still coming through all right on this? Moving on to fighting crime. So we run something called Operation Jaguar. We give everything operation names. It helps us make sense of our world because we deal with so many things. If someone says I'm on Operation Jaguar, that means I know I'm on an ANPR operation across a specific time period looking for criminals. If I'm on Operation this, and I know I'm in Northampton Town Centre on a Friday night looking out for that. So I'll try and cover what these operations are, but don't ever think it's anything particularly special or of some magnitude simply because it has an operation name. It's just how we keep control of our world and we don't lose sight of what we're doing. About 143 vehicles stopped. These are all off of ANPR hits during Operation Jaguar. 44 of those vehicles were seized, usually because they're not insured. But that's not a trivial matter, not being insured. I think it's quite a serious matter, certainly if anyone's ever hit your car. And we had 26 people arrested that would not have been arrested were it not for the ANPR system that we had. We've had Operation Opus, which is another operation where we will go out and look for people who perhaps are using their vehicles for the wrong reason or aren't tasked. Took another 100 there in March. Again, that's another big ANPR operation. You can see the arrests, 19 arrests. And the recalls I point to here, these are really good because some people, they go on their toes from prison or they don't answer their license, they don't go back to prison if they're released on day release or their licenses are revoked, and they're wanted. And they're very difficult to get hold of sometimes. But if they're in a car, they come through the readers and then we pick them up, and we do get quite a few recalls that way. And we've had 242 arrests directly attributed to that ANPR intelligence team. So you remember Paul said that the chief had invested an extra 3 posts. We already had a couple of, we had 1 ANPR intelligence officer and an ANPR manager. We've increased that by, 300%, isn't it? And because there's no point having all this information coming in if you can't make sense of it, you haven't got the humans to process it and use the software. And those people have linked ANPR hits to various crimes around the country, and as a result of that, 242 people have been arrested. Not all related to Northamptonshire, but criminals are criminal, aren't they? They're doing some harm to someone somewhere, and it's never a bad thing when one of them is in the cells. So this is the sort of thing we'd like to talk about because these are our success stories. So Operation Typhoon, that relates to some people that were going around the county stealing, as you can see, vehicle thefts. That using the keys, didn't need to do that, mainly around the rural areas, but towns and villages, and they were identified and apprehended as a result of ANPR intelligence. So that one, and some of these others, these aren't a vehicle going through a camera, and then we immediately deploy an intercept or something and we've got them. Quite often these are as a result of the ANPR intelligence officers just picking through things. And we use various tactics and techniques, which you'll forgive me for not going through here, to identify people. So a lot of vehicle thefts, as you can see there. Operation Typhoon was our response to that. People were arrested. Operation Pound was a name given to an operation to investigate a series of caravan and trailer thefts, mainly around Daventry, South Northampton. It did bleed over into surrounding counties over on the west. The subjects for that are in custody at the moment. I think they're still awaiting trial. I'm sure they're on remand as opposed to sentence, but good result. Again, it's highly unlikely we would have identified them if it wasn't for the ANPR. We supported a number of murders, and Operation Aruba was one, and this was a lad that was murdered somewhere in Northampton. There's a bit of a drugs affair that went wrong. It's been in the courts and it's been in the open, and people were convicted for murdering this lad, stabbing him over a drug-related matter, shall we say. But those suspects were identified at a very early opportunity, very early indeed, as a result of ANPR technology. That was our force control and operatives managed to use that, and we had suspects identified, suspect vehicles identified very, very quickly indeed. So it allows us to get hold of people, and particularly with serious crimes such as murder, it's really important to get hold of people as quickly because then forensically they're still hot. So the ANPR system is really, really useful for that. And it says in the last 2 weeks, so there's a male wanted for multiple rapes. Now he was wanted by Essex. So remember I said a couple of slides ago that we don't always, it's not our own force, but we help others. And this guy he'd avoided the police for some time. Essex police wanted him, came through our cameras. So we did the honour, the pleasure, if you will, of locking him up for them. And he's in custody at the moment for that. Just goes to show that you never know what's rolling into your county or passing through your county. And that's why I think it's really, really important that the first thing really that we looked at doing was put in pretty much a ring around the county. So anyone coming into our county or any vehicle coming into our county, we know about you. And that's when it's worth its weight in gold, I think, the ANPR system. Because if people up like that, goodness knows what he was on his way to do. Possibly just passing through, we'll never know. And then the last 2 weeks, I should point out, this line was sent to me on the 5th of August. Okay, so last week of July, first week of August, the ANPR intelligence team, they're feeling quite proud because they'd had another 10 people just arrested in those 2 weeks for commercial burglary, theft of vehicles as a result of their work on the ANPR intelligence. And I think that's a summary of the performance that we've achieved as a result of ANPR, and I'll wait for Paul.
Own vehicle. Do you share this information about those cloned vehicles with DVLA? Sorry?
Most of our information, that sort of area would come from the DVLA. We run off a number of various sources. One of which is DVLA and the various things they share with us.
And you're talking about vehicle at this point, but what about motorbike?
Same thing. Yeah. Anything that's got an index plate, anything or a vehicle registration number.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Very much.
Do you want me to sit? Shall I sit down?
Yeah,
so
you
the mic's easier, aren't they?
Easy. So, Owen, you're first. So, Owen's got a question for you.
Yes, a quick question. Might be more for the Commissioner, actually. Just conscious of the fact, and it's brilliant that you're helping other police forces by picking up people who are coming through our county. I'm just conscious that our county is really kind of a crossroads, isn't it? There's an awful lot of people. You know, you can't go very many, if you're going from one place to another in England, you probably pass through our county. Therefore, are there implications for budget here? Are we, therefore, paying a lot more in terms of manpower and cost because we're arresting criminals from Norwich or Prestatyn when we're not getting it reciprocated?
You're right, we probably have one of the most comprehensive networks in any county because of the decisions that we've made. No, taking a criminal off the streets anywhere is a good thing. No, there's not some great additional cost. They don't use that much power, and actually, yeah, it's good that we've have caught them. Probably looks good on the Chief Constable's catching criminals numbers. Nicky's got a problem with her volume at the middle of it. No, it's only a good thing. It was a couple of years ago, I think one thing that was really important was actually called NAS, which was actually the ANPR cameras were all linked together across the country. So actually that wasn't always the case. It wasn't that long ago that they were all separate systems and they were all kind of monitored by different forces. So bringing them together has been a good thing. There are still improvements that could be made. I'm sure Mick could wax lyrically about the quality of markers from the Met and the time that gets lost as a consequence of they seem to stick a marker on anything. So there are bits in terms of quality. But no, I would say it's a good thing. I think Paul wants to add something. Go on, Paul.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Stephen's right on that. I think the examples, so the example that gave of a man that was arrested for multiple rapes in Essex will deal with that. It's not just if you have the bad luck to lock someone up in your county, you have to deal with it. So, there are people being locked up all over the country that are wanted by Northamptonshire, and I don't anymore, but mixed group of men and women go and fetch them. I think it's also important to recognise, though, with the way that criminality works, there are examples where Liverpool will put a marker on a vehicle that someone may be in possession of a handgun, and they're stopped driving around the streets of Northamptonshire with a gun. That's a really good, yes, there is a resource implication in that, but it's a really good resource implication because I don't want people driving around the streets of the town I live in with handguns. Thank you very much. So there is a risk, yeah, but I don't think it causes a massive drain on Northamptonshire Police. Even if it does, simply put, it's the right way to use our resources.
Mick probably could give you some other examples. One that shook me a little bit. I remember there was some young girl was trafficked for sex from I think it was from Wales, and she was kind of caught in our county. Now I'm proud of the fact that Northamptonshire Police caught that, stopped that, returned that person to a safe environment. So, and I suppose it's a short answer. If there's an additional cost it's taking criminals up, I don't bloody care. We should pay it.
Okay. Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Excellent presentation, the statistics from that, so well done. And I have to say, you probably are incredibly short on resources to try and manage anything that comes off the motorways, because that must be, pick up good colleague's point there, it must be hundreds of thousands of people a day that they would flash up from an ANPR perspective, utilising the motorways that crisscross through our county, and also the A14. In terms of that, obviously reassurance, obviously yes, you are dealing with the issues within inside Northamptonshire, but clearly from the motorways, from those trunk roads, what takes priority?
The location doesn't feature in the priority at all, unless it's specific to an offender moving to somewhere where that we know they're going to go to. It's down to what's on the marker. So we do get hundreds of thousands of people, but they don't all hit. It's only about 9,000 across that period, if you recall. We simply prioritise on the crime type, the offender, pretty much what's written on the marker. You may have a car that's got a marker, as I say, someone's been abducted, I think it's Wales or wherever, it was somewhere like that, because they came down the M6. Of course, that would get priority. You get markers with firearms, markers on this vehicle we think is in possession of a firearm, we prioritise that. Stolen vehicles, those sorts of things. And then you work your way down. And I've explained this to people before. When they're in the police, we have to make sense of what we deal with. You could say everything is serious, but in order for us to do our job, things are less serious. So there will be other things. People who haven't got excise license on their vehicles, or maybe they haven't insured their car, or they might be wanted for something which, in the grand scheme of the things we deal with, is quite minor. Well, we would respond to that after we dealt with the stolen vehicle, the firearms mark, or something like that. But the dispatchers are quite well skilled in identifying the threat and the risk to the public, and then they deploy accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor McGee.
Would this system be used?
Mr Shields, sorry,
Would this?
Mr Shields, sorry, Councillor McGee was first.
Go on.
Would this system be used for surveillance?
There's two sides to ANPR surveillance. ANPR is an overt surveillance tool, so there's therefore all our vehicles are surveilled when we drive about. In that, it gathers information about the location of our car. If the police wish to use ANPR to specifically target, say, yourself, and start to gather private information on you, because we're now tracking where you go, that becomes subject to a directed surveillance authority, which has to be authorised by a superintendent, someone like me or above. So the answer is yes, it can be used for surveillance, but that use of surveillance is regulated. Even the location of the cameras is regulated. Paul mentioned it earlier. Data protection impact assessments and authorities and those sorts of things. So we can't just put a camera up where we feel like it. It has to go where we think is proportionate to place it due to the threat that exists or may exist.
Okay. Mr McGee.
Thank you. I think it's only fair to say, after the conversation that we had earlier about data and information, that is exactly what I was asking for in that previous discussion. Really, really focused, really, really clear, good information and specific examples that really paint a picture for us that, you know, the discussions that we have and the words that we see on pages aren't just words, they're all actions that are followed through with positive consequences for our community. So I thank you for that, and I hope we see more things like that in the future.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that, we could have bored you for an hour on that. Those data were 2 or 3 sets of data that came from an app that Stephen has mentioned before that he's invested in called Click, which is the data visualization tool. So all of those 3 million reads a day that come through now are featured into that. So Mick can sit in his office, or I can sit in my office if I'm so inclined, and deal with that data. So, but you're right, it's really important that we be able to do that.
Strachan, you next.
I'll be very quick. I went to see a family in Chester. It's in Oxfordshire on Sunday, and this chap and his wife was telling us about their mum, who went to do some shopping in Banbury, and she virtually disappeared. They didn't know where she was. Hours and hours passed, and obviously they were getting very worried because she's in her 90s. And they drove around several areas and they couldn't find her. So they contacted Thames Valley Police, that covers Oxfordshire. And within minutes, the Northamptonshire Police reported that they had this car with this woman who didn't know where she was, who she was, or what. Obviously, she just went to do dally. It was one of those things. You know, what looked like a crisis ended up to be sort of a wonderful thing that she was found, and I think the Oxford police took over, the Northamptonshire police went across the border with her to Oxfordshire, and then they collected her from a local station in Oxfordshire. So that was wonderful news for the family, and I think congratulations to Northamptonshire Police and what is
thank you for that anecdote.
The recognition. I think.
And I think, look, you know, Northamptonshire always actually had a kind of a reputation for kind of innovation. I'm going to kind of, I sound like an old fella, as I said, kind of years ago, and it's kind of regaining that over kind of recent years. But we needn't stop there. You know, the one you put there, you know, I'm looking at the police dashboard right now, and we're looking for 10 MISPAs in Northamptonshire as we speak. You know, there will come a time and we'll be looking at technology that's, you know, if you like, ANPR for people, and that might be facial, it might be gait, all of those sorts of things, because actually we could identify, now she happened to be in a car, as someone who knows Banbury quite well, having been born there, you know, kind of gone anywhere, and actually, given that we've such a comprehensive kind of CCTV network, one would hope some of this technology we can do to make people safe. And that has a double impact, not only in terms of those people that are missing and finding more quickly. That subsequent free up of time, you know, each MISPA normally takes about, I think it's something like 78 person hours. You know, you imagine best part of 780 hours looking for missing people every day that could be deployed into communities, that can be deployed in actually kind of catching criminals. And so we have to keep that kind of continual push for. Please don't take anything I've said about sharing data with you in my desire to make sure us, or more importantly, for policing to know what's going on. We're kind of over-investing in that area, and we need to continue to use it kind of more and more.
Yes.
Just a question on the threshold to qualify for a market. Is there a threshold, or would it be a matter of, I don't know, you've got somebody picking up scrap metal when they shouldn't be, and one of your PCSOs or whatever, can they pop that on for a marker? You may not actually want to answer, but there's the threshold.
Threshold is the officer's judgment, really, because to say whether it can be this crime or not that crime would be wrong, because crimes have different impacts on different victims and so on and so forth. So it's up to the officer who makes the application to have the marker put on to make their decision about, you know, whether it should go on or not. To pick up on the scrap metal, if you're involved in scrap metal theft, you're definitely on there. Rest assured of that. Yeah, there's no defined criterion. It'd have to be proportionate and necessary to achieve a lawful act. All the things that you would expect the police to do when they put these markers on. And the officer also has to be minded of the response it might elicit. So, for example, if you're going to put a marker on there because you thought the person was armed, then you'd need to have some pretty decent information that it was armed, because obviously the police are going to deploy a particular tactic against that, as opposed to just pulling you over and asking you what your name is. But no, in terms of threshold, no.
And just moving on from that, so the blight that we all suffer with fly tipping, I've mentioned this to Stephen previously, but do we as a local authority, could we come to you, for example, fly tipping? Because there's a huge amount of data you're capturing there, and is there the ability on the analytics to trace a vehicle on its journey, so where you could get probable evidence, or would that not be appropriate use of this?
Yeah, I don't think it's about appropriate. I think it's about whether it's legal in terms of information sharing. So what my advice there would be around is we can identify anything about anyone, really, the police. It's then we have to, what's the criteria for sharing it with you? So then that would be more of a local discussion with whoever it is you deal with in the police about whether they can share information with you to prevent hate crime and so on and so forth. But there's no service where other agencies can just come to the police and say, can you tell us this, can you tell us that? I don't think anyone would want that, really, would you, when you consider what we do hold?
I have recently had a conversation with Ruth Austin at the council about the use of ANPR in relation to the fly tipping issue. Of course, there's nothing to stop local authorities buying their own ANPR cameras and fitting them through the data impact assessment to the National ANPR service, and then you'd have your own facility to do exactly what you wanted with it.
Jules.
It might be a silly question, but those yellow, camera for catching the speeds of vehicle, would those one be replacing them in the future, or those one will still be there?
You ask. Okay, I think I understood you. The ANPR cameras don't detect speed, and the speed cameras don't read ANPR. Different things. The ANPR, as Paul described it at the start, the ANPR camera is a camera that's not the important bit. The important bit is what it's plugged into, which is the system that can read it and so on. So they're two separate things.
They reintroduce a different type of technology, because I understand those current speed camera, well, a lot of them are well, non-existent or not functioning? Is that your domain at all?
Yeah, strangely enough, we're laughing because both Mick and I used to sit on something called the Safer Roads Alliance. Mick's moved on, I still do. We had a meeting this week. We are currently producing some papers to go to chief execs of the local authorities, the commissioner and the chief constable about the options about additional speed cameras. Watch this space.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, it's a really interesting presentation. Really, thank you for coming along and showing us, and it's quite an eye-opener. So, keep up the good work and keep catching those criminals. Yeah. Okay. If we can move on now to Fire and Rescue Authority budget update.
I'll get us on because we're way behind, I think, aren't we?
We are a bit behind.
We'll do finance quickly today, Mrs. King. Madam Chairman, I will be brief. Today's report sets out at a high level the financial update and forecast outturn 21-22 provisional and the forecast for the period the 1st of April to the 1st of April 22 until 31st of March 23. As you see, the report also provides a panel with information relating to the current and potential future challenges facing the Fire and Rescue Authority as we deal with the impact of a very uncertain economic situation we're all currently facing. As ever, myself and Mrs. King will answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions? Mrs. Shields.
Mrs. King wants to say something.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
I'm so sorry. I wondered if I could just put a few
Yes.
sentences at the
Yes,
beginning,
of course, yeah.
if that's okay. The panel will recall that every year at this time, we give you our first bash of our budget forecasts, okay? They're always very prudent. Every budget holder and every chief fire officer has plans that they're going to achieve in that year, and they're all going to be delivered. So they're always very, very prudent. And it always does look really like, oh, finances are going to be challenging. So what I want to put to you and explain is that context, as well as these are where we are at this point before we look at any actions or interventions or whether we use reserves to smooth things as the year moves forward. So I just wanted to give you that overall context as we always have that discussion about this time on the first report every year.
Okay. I'm looking at the elephant in the room. Budget group. Response whole time. Now, I know that you've said on your report this is only the first 3 months. Could you expand a little bit on that? Why is it so much overspend?
Absolutely. My little bit of context about having a very prudent estimate. We've got 3 months of data on which to forecast the rest of the financial year. So over on paragraph 13A, I try and give you a few more clues about it. We've had a really, really hot summer. We know that we've had an extremely hot summer. Our fire service colleagues have worked non-stop. There has been obviously a significant impact on overtime and bank costs. We also have started the year still with some COVID sickness levels in there. And we've also started the year with new firefighters that have started us as well. So we're slightly over-establishment at the beginning of the year, and we're making very prudent assessments about who may leave or retire in the year. But it is a challenge. You're absolutely correct. And as such, the Commissioner has already tasked the Chief Fire Officer in every single one of his monitoring reports moving forward to break that down a little bit more. We want to know which of those incidents have been the most costly in terms of the overtime and the bank holidays, where they've been, what that's been, how the sickness levels are, so we can have that informed discussion with the Chief Fire Officer, because we know July was also a very challenging month in terms of the heat and in terms of the call-outs for our fire colleagues. We know that indeed. Although I know from the July financial monitoring, but the overspend's not quite as much in July. It's gone down a little bit, which is what we would expect to see. So that's where we are. We're asking and we're digging into the information. I am, as the panel will know from previous discussions, in regular discussions with the Home Office about finances for Northamptonshire Fire. Yes, we're in a much better position than we ever have, but they still keep a really good communication and contact with us. Should they realise that that situation has been the case for a lot of fire authorities in the first few months of this year, and we're all pressuring them to say, can you do something about that, Home Office? Are you going to run one of those major incident schemes where we could all bid for some funding from it? But at the moment, we're gathering that data, we're keeping that, we're looking at that information with the Chief Fire Officer so we can have that informed discussion as we move through. I know I've spoken a bit too long on your answer, but we did put aside in reserves at the end of last year some money to help with COVID sickness if we need to. So once that information comes through, if we do find, yes, that is the case, we can draw some of that out of reserves if we need to, if it's appropriate to. And similarly, if there are unprecedented overtime costs from those incidents, when we're digging into that information, that's what reserves are there for as well, to smooth those one-off impacts, to help us through those occasions.
And kind of in addition to that, we also wanted to make sure that we got in front of recruitment. One of the things we tended to do, particularly the fire services, it kind of drops down and actually they're kind of under establishment. So we actually tried to make sure that we got some recruitment started up. So actually when people leave the train, so we actually had more resilience in the service. All of those add to it. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it smooths out across it. But as Helen says, we're not in a too dissimilar position to how we normally are at this particular time of year.
Not at this particular time of year, although I do think that some of the cost of living challenges we are seeing on the fleet and some of the other costs are a little bit challenging, and the fuel costs. So we are keeping a special eye on those as well. And we're also, with our fire colleagues, making representation to the Home Office on that one. We're making sure that they're very aware of the pressures, because
understand from what your report that your transport cost, you elaborated on it, because it's also contractors who recharge you, for the excess, fuel, of course, all of that.
absolutely, we're finding it across the whole supply chain in both policing and fire, and they do use vehicles, they do use a lot of fuel, and they do go through a lot of car parts. So that supply chain, we are finding that very strongly on both, and there is a bit of a commonality between the fire report and the police report in that regard. We thought we'd been really prudent at the budget time, and we were much more prudent than our colleagues, but it's a hard year. Cost of living is tough, and we do appreciate that, but we work very, very closely with the Chief Fire Officers, budget holders, to actually make sure that we are up on top of that and forecasting appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Well, I'd just like to ask, did you get the fire appliances, the new ones that were coming through?
Yes.
All 8 now, is it?
That is all 8. I don't believe all 8 are yet operational. I think they've been delivered. I know 4 are. And funny enough, since I've come back from holiday, I haven't asked whether we put the other 4 on the thing. But pretty much, I think it'd be safe to say over the next couple of weeks they all will be on stream.
Thank you. Well, I don't think there's any more questions, so perhaps we can catch up a little bit of time. Thank you for the update. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I know now I'm holding us up, but I'd just like to ask a question really on, so the national bid to increase wages by 2% was rejected by the union. Is there anything in reserves or any budget implications on what those discussions may hold in the future? Because obviously if those firefighters win their battle, as it were, for for more money, that's going to have budget implication. Now, while I'm of course pro paying people the money that they deserve, I'm intrigued as to what your stance on that is budgetary wise.
Of course, if it's more than that, we would ask the Home Office for more money. Absolutely, of course we would. But that's why we have reserves as well. Ideally, in a normal year, we would try and meet that pressure from within our budget. Okay, our existing envelope, but we know our existing envelope is already challenged this year at this point in time. We do have reserves to support us in the short term. We shouldn't be using reserves to prop up the budget ongoing in the long term. But we, you know, if there is an increased offer, that's where we would look to, and we would push and we would lobby, and we have made our voice very clear to the Home Office that we would need more in the base.
I'd just like to make clear that despite I know that would be a lot more work for you, Mrs. King, I would be quite pleased if that went ahead. So thank you.
Okay.
I think the other bit, and you'll notice in the paper, when we saw the police settlement, and maybe assuming that fire gets something similar, what would the implication be? And they are quite significant for her, which is why we've already started the work to lobby government, should that be the case. So, you know, it'd be an additional 290,000 in 2023 and 560 in a full year. So they are significant for us, which is why we have lobbied the government to make, in preparation for anything that they might or might not agree to.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so if we can move on now to the policing budget update.
Finally, Madam Chairman, today's report sets out a high level, a financial update and the financial forecast outturn 21-22, provisional outturn and forecast of the financial term for the period of the 1st of April to the 31st of March 23. And like the previous report, an overview of the current and future financial challenges facing Northamptonshire Police. The report provides further detail, and myself and Helen will answer any questions.
James.
Question is addressed to Commissioner and Helen. Is to do with the letter that you have written to the Home Office on behalf of Regional Police and Crime Commissioner and Chief Constable vis-à-vis of this audit timescale for 21-22. I just want to know, have you had any answer yet? And is this something that is a common reoccurrence, or is this just a one-off?
Unfortunately, this is the conversation with Anne this morning, earlier in the agenda. I know, sorry, I do apologise. Earlier in the agenda about the external audit timings and delays. No, I haven't had a response yet because I haven't had it signed off by all my regional colleagues yet. I have to be honest, because I'm the one crafting it on behalf of us all. Stephen wrote last year and made a good representation, and I'm doing it on behalf of all 10 chief finance officers in the region. So I hope I've got them to sign off on one other letter yesterday. I hope to get them to sign off on this letter tomorrow, so that one can go. The Home Office understand, the Home Office is sympathetic. I won't go over what we discussed at the GIAC. I do know there is a great deal of discussion about public sector audit, and we had the Redmond review. They know it's a very small pool that the audit firms are that are used in public sector audit, and there are a lot of challenges on it, but it hasn't served policing well. It's not served fire particularly well, but a little bit better. So it hasn't served it well.
Okay, Councillor Maxwell.
I've got two questions. First one, what involvement do you have with HMP 5 Wells in Wellingborough in relation to supporting them?
Dorothy, I love the way you completely go off to get your question into your own piece. You'll be pleased to know there's been quite a lot of work and engagement between us and Five Wells, and actually from well before it was kind of open, and we continue to work on it. There are a number of projects that we're working on, diversion, and there's some other stuff they attend. For instance, my local criminal justice board that I chair on behalf of kind of the wider partnership thing, so that's contribution. So we're also making sure we work with them to connect the dots to bring some of those things together. But that's only one of your two questions.
One is how many more police officers you're going to be able to employ this year? Now, I know it's Chief Constable's question, but...
You'll be pleased to know we are still working towards the target of 1,501, which we are aiming by March 23. We are on target for that as we speak. Someone did ask some questions around the accountability and asking it, and that's exactly why we ask it. We are on target. Obviously, we shoot to go over. It depends how many people retire and or thing as to whether. But to be blunt with you, in the first half of 23, we'll hit our 1,500, and we're not just looking to hit it and then come back down. Point well made. We want to make sure that we then maintain it, not set any ambitions beyond that right now. But the key is to make sure maintain it, train, and make sure that a larger proportion of all of our new officers continue to be available for deployment is our kind of key objective.
My question is to Helen. I'm looking into your forecast downturn as at 30th of June, enabling department an overspend of 818. And I know that it's been transferred from reserve, and I understand that it's to do with the transport, fuel, supply chain, and so forth. Is this situation, i.e. overspend, likely to deteriorate even further, given that this forecast downturn is on the 30th of June?
I don't have the July report well, I do have the July report in front of me, but I don't know the number exactly off the top of my head. I think it's got slightly better in July, so I don't think it's going to get deteriorating. So the first quarter of the year, definitely the fuel costs were they still feel very high. I don't know about anybody else, they still feel awfully high to me, but they were even higher in that first quarter. The force have reduced that overspend slightly in the July monitoring, but that is going to be a pressure. That is going to be a pressure. But that is why the Commissioner gives the envelope to the Chief Constable, the whole budget envelope of the 149,811, and he's to manage him within the overall envelope, acknowledging that some are higher, some are lower. But we will have those conversations, and we do with the Chief Constable as well. So exactly my same answer on fire. The first quarter is a very early quarter. We do usually see very prudent forecasts in the first quarter, which I'm delighted to say are very prudent forecasts. But we have the dialogue throughout the year as to whether it's appropriate for some one-off things to be met from reserves, or whether there are other actions or activities or contingency funds that the Chief Constable also has within his gift to use. So I know it's a little bit wider than the question you asked, but I hope that helped.
Thank you.
You're showing on the force control room, you have an underspend due to timing of staff vacancy. Is those vacancy being fulfilled now, or is it still the situation as it is?
Thank you.
Yes, but it's all, and sometimes it's timing's everything, because you'll also notice, if you remember from last year's, we significantly overspent on the control room, and there is a bit about kind of recruitment and retention. I mean, the good thing is look, there is uncertainty, but there's also some smart things we've done around our fuel usage, as we've been rolling out over the last little while, analytics on all of our cars so that we can kind of track them, monitor them. That's been very useful in terms of ensuring kind of compliance with kind of force policies as well. But actually that also means there's a better utilisation of our fleet, And one of the benefits of enabling services, Lem and his team, to make sure that we kind of better do them, but also knowing some of these, some of you might have seen the new three-wheeled bikes that we've rolled out at the beginning of this week, which are a mixture of both electric and combustion. So we're looking at different things to make sure our kind of energy usage, and we've got some ambitions. Obviously, we've got some government targets about 2030, although I fear those might change in the kind of current environment. There's some of the things that we still continue to look at.
Well, on a similar theme, Stephen, we mentioned earlier on about estates, and I see that the Derby House had improved the electricity efficiency from the E to A. Are you working on doing that in any other of the properties that are owned?
Yes, we continue to monitor all of those things, but because the reality is these aren't pressures that are going to wane. I know we've got a particularly difficult environment at the moment. Our longer term ambition needs to be to have, if you like, less buildings, but more efficient, more green, and that's not just good for the environment. It's quite frankly, it's good for the taxpayer in terms of make sure to do it. So some lessons that we've learned from Derby House, we need to apply the rest of the estate. Yeah, I mean, for instance, the Wootton Hall is an old building. It's probably the least efficient that we've got. We need to continue to kind of look and update our estate, which is also why that thought the ball moment for us to have a look a little longer down the road in terms of what we've got. And you've also got different organisations disposing of buildings. There might be some opportunities for us to kind of consolidate or do some of those things. I mean, the other thing I also want to see, not only more stuff between police and fire, but actually what more work can we kind of do in communities across with the local council and some of those other things.
Okay. It's Maxwell.
Chair, do you think have been written off?
I think that figure, didn't we?
We did
Sent
for
to us
last
recently.
year, and I'm happy to go away and ask for it for this year.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know off the top of my head. I have to be honest.
Well, no, there is a bit there. We obviously want responsible driving and all of that, but you are dealing with criminals, and sometimes there is a particular if you like technique, I'm going to call it, in terms of TPAC, which actually requires significant damage to our cars, but is actually provide safety to the public. I think the other bit I would actually say is the analytics has already helped us to identify if we've got some errant drivers, shall we say, and in terms of their behaviour. So, for instance, I know that the chief highlighted a particular technique, and he put it in his blog, and there was less of those things occurred in the following quarter. So yes, there is the opportunity, and that's not trying to spy on anyone. There's no one big thing you can come along that makes the community safer. It's a collection of lots of really small things that come together to build a powerful force to do those things. And I think we're trying to use data. I know you don't think I'm sharing enough of it with you, but at the moment they're sharing it with themselves to make sure they are doing more of it, and that's a good example of it. And I think the fact that we then know where our fleet is, how well we're utilising it, do we need as many vehicles as we've got, what are we using them for? Those are all really helpful pieces of information. Not to mention we know where they are, we can better deploy people, all those sorts of things.
Thank you very much. Okay, if that's all on that item, if we go on to the Police, Fire and Crime Panel Work Programme, James, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. So this is the standard report that's presented to each meeting of the panel, enabling the panel to take an overview of the work programme, setting out the items it's chosen to scrutinise in addition to its mandatory statutory functions to ensure that members remain satisfied. That's the best way of directing its efforts to achieve the panel's purpose. So clearly there have been a number of items that have arisen from discussion earlier in today's meeting, whether that's items to come to the main panel or subject of briefings, for example. So they can be added into the work programme as necessary. So that is the standard element of the report to today's meeting. There is also a specific additional element, which is the item that was circulated to members late before today's meeting. So this paper here, which members have hopefully either seen electronically or picked up a copy of at today's meeting. This is following up on the agreement by the panel at its previous meeting to do a piece of scrutiny work around early intervention activity in the county. So the panel identified it wanted to include this in its work programme for the year, and a number of members volunteered to be involved in that work. Those members were able to get together last week to give some further thoughts to the scope, essentially the terms of reference for the piece of work, which has resulted in the draft document that is before the panel today. So really intended to put the necessary flesh on the bones of this piece of work to identify the purpose, key lines of inquiry, how it's going to be done, the time allowed for it, which members are going to be involved, as councillor members of the panel would perhaps appreciate from their involvement in scrutiny work at their respective local authorities. With this kind of work, it's always important to look at what the intended outcomes are, how it's going to be done before you start, to maximise the chances of producing a productive outcome. So that, as I say, has been produced through some further work by the panel members who volunteered to be involved in this in-depth piece of work, presented to the panel for consideration and hopefully approval at the meeting today. So two elements of the report before the panel: the standard element on the ongoing work programme as a whole, and the specific element to this meeting around the draft scope for the piece of work that the panel has said it wants to do on early intervention. And I'm happy to take any questions, Chair, on either element as necessary.
Should we do the specific on the early intervention first, since that's obviously a fairly intact piece? Is everyone had a chance to have a look at it and happy with the scope? Sorry, do you want to?
Thank you. I'd just like to sort of open by saying it is brilliant that we've got this up and running, and I'm really pleased that after sitting on this panel for the last year harping on about early intervention, we've now got the opportunity to get stuck in really and get on with it. So I'm grateful to members for that. I'd also like to say as well, specifically to Stephen and Nikki, that while I sometimes come across like quite an angry, critical friend, this piece of work is intended to be done in partnership, and I am extremely grateful and in awe of the early intervention work that is successful in this county, and I'm very grateful for you both for taking on that responsibility. But what this is about is improvements, recommendations, knowledge, experience, and really just our opportunity to learn and to make recommendations from our own experiences. So I hope that comes through, and I hope that that's well received and we can push forward with that.
Yeah, thank you. I think the bit I want to make sure that in the original kind of conversation we had is to actually also to leverage the people in this room to actually make sure that we bring it together. I'm absolutely open to what improvements we can kind of make to what we do. But if you like, the real supercharge would be is how we can better all work together to deliver some of these things. Because actually, if you really look at it, the amount of money that we spend on this is relatively modest, you know, in terms of the great amount of stuff that's kind of spent in the county. So I do hope that everyone kind of considers that in their kind of wider part and their relationships with their own councils.
I think the fact that this has been suggested as a topic just shows how the panel feels that how important part of your work this is, and that any help that can be given to you know, improve it or to get other people or get partnerships working better is sort of, you know, really what I hope we can achieve. So has anyone got any comments on the scope, or are you happy to perhaps, you know, perhaps agree with Councillor Gonzalez-Savage?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry, Anita. Just to confirm that in terms of the scope, I think this is what we're asking questions about, your thoughts about the scope of this, and it was a paper that was left on our desks earlier on, and also circulated by email. I did feed back my views in terms of that, and I think that it's the right thing, the right angle to take, and I did think that obviously both councils in North Northampton and West Northampton should be consulted absolutely as part of the active review, and not just effectively just indicated that it's just through the Children's Trust.
I think initially it said or the councils, and we'd said no, say and. It needs to be both councils, Children's Trust, obviously the officers, the Office of the Crime Commissioner, but you know, we will need to you know, get information from others, and I suggested also voluntary organisations, and that got added on after the initial draft. So before we agree it, is there anyone else who would like to be involved with it? Because obviously this was what was suggested at the last meeting, and, you know, people, Mrs. Shields.
Yes, evidently at the last meeting, as you know, it was my wedding anniversary, so I wasn't here. But any work group, I'm for it, participation.
Okay.
So yes, I would like to be included.
Okay. Ms. Wood, Ms.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Anita is already going to be involved as an independent member, so what I'll offer to do is to cast my eye over any document and offer any input I can that way, because I know I'm quite busy. I also wanted to say in my absence from the last meeting, I watched a presentation via the YouTube link. I watched the whole meeting actually, and it was quite an impressive presentation, Nikki. Thank you. And it'll be quite interesting to see what this piece of work leads to and how we develop the work across Northamptonshire, because I know that there are much needed work in certain areas of Northampton. Work's happening, but it needs improving.
Okay. Councillor Lunn.
On now. Yeah, I'd like to come onto the panel if possible.
Okay.
The organisation I work for, a charity, we've been working with the police intervention for 3-4 years now. We've got lots and lots of kids coming through, and we're actually getting busier and busier with the requests. So I think I could probably add quite a lot to this group here.
I think possibly, I mean, certainly up to now, I mean, we only had one meeting, but it was online, so I think, you know, it's quite easy to sort of, as long as you can get your diaries together. It's...
I'd like to add to that, that when the previous project that I did, in terms of getting other community members and holding the meetings online, as you both know, I found it much easier to get the right people around the table to have the right discussions if the meetings were online. We had sort of like 40, 45 people, members of the community, organisations, officers, PFCC at times, come to those meetings to discuss. So that would be the format I would think going forward. And also just to clarify to Stephen and Nikki in terms of getting the local authorities involved, if you don't think that I go back to the council and harp on about the exact same things to them that I do at this meeting, then I definitely do, and I think North Northamptonshire and West Northamptonshire will take responsibility in that.
You'll be pleased to know I wasn't aiming it at yourself. It's the wider bit that there are some very influential people around here, and I think, but the important bit is to get your terms, I'm sure Nick is going to say something, the terms of reference in a minute, to make sure people see it as how we're positively going to develop, because then people are more likely to engage.
Nikki.
I'd just suggest, as there is a relatively newly formed Early Help Partnership Board now in the county, which predominantly comprises a lot of the agencies who are working in the early help space, that perhaps when the panel has concluded its piece of work, it sees that as a route to actually taking that any outcomes from that forward, because I think actually that would give it a natural home and add some value and benefit to actually undertaking the work and the exercise that you're about to carry out.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Maxwell.
I would just say that I don't think Zoom's very good, actually, personally, because it depends where you are when you're actually taking part. So last time it wasn't very successful for me, but I think actually opening up to 45 people would be like mammoth.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily what would be wanted. Yeah.
Oh, right.
James has got something to say.
Through you, Chair. I mean, I think the point I'd highlight in relation to work like this is you have the flexibility to work in different ways to suit different purposes. With the formal panel meeting, the meeting has to take place in a set way, with everybody together in a room with the degree of formality associated with a committee, with a working group, which will be the approach used for this kind of work. A lot of that formality doesn't apply. There's a vast amount more flexibility. So that gives you the scope to use online meetings. It also gives you the scope to not use online meetings to hold an in-person meeting if the judgment is that would be a better way of doing a specific thing. It's all about the flexibility to do things in a way that's best suited to the intended outcome.
It could also be hybrid if the main meeting was in person, but somebody that you needed to invite wasn't able to get there in person and could dial in. So is everyone happy with the scope, terms and reference? Okay.
So that's, sorry, through you, Chair, with the addition to the membership of Mrs Shields, Councillor Lunn and Miss Woodhouse in a more, I'll find an appropriate way of describing it, the consultative role that you offered to play.
Okay. Okay, everyone happy with that? Good. So now, oh, sorry.
I was merely just going to say, as you're moving on to your business, we're going to leave.
That is.
I would suggest all of you watch the news in the next little while, because I think we're going to get some quite sad news.
Is there something right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's look at. Well, they've all literally all of the key members of the royal family have flown to Balmoral. They've just landed. I imagine nothing will be announced before that, but I would be very surprised if something. So.
Okay.
All right.
Right. I think we need to try and wrap up as fast as we can. Of course, Stephen doesn't need to stay for this. We've got the rest of the work plan. Is anything else that anyone would like to add to it? Or, I mean, mostly it's the statutory roles and the updates, etc., that we've normally had. There's a few extra things that we've already agreed. We haven't got a timescale on necessarily in terms of which meeting or when, what sort of dates they'll come to, briefings, etc. But I'm sure James will work on that. But is there anything in addition to that? Yes, Mrs. Shields.
I was going to ask James, actually. What is
Diana.
Sorry?
Diana.
Oh, Diana, yes. Sorry, Diana. We talk earlier on at the table. Yes, you send me by email all sorts of dates which I have responded for attendance. But those dates are different than the work program.
Oh.
Shouldn't they?
Yes, I receive on my mobile a whole list.
It should be the same. When I went to my diary to check them as they came in, they all match with what I'd put on the diary before. Perhaps you could take that with James, as make sure, because the only thing I'll point out is that it's not July 2024, it's July 2023.
Yes, I saw that.
We jumped a year.
I might have possibly updated that from July 2022 and corrected it incorrectly. Noted.
You know, when the
I'll look
comes
into
through
it,
on
yeah,
the
I'll
diary.
look into it, just in case.
I think
Can't imagine.
So, apart from, sorting out those dates, obviously they are dates that have been agreed before. Is there any other items to go on an agenda or?
So, like I said, Jill, those dates that I receive from Diana, you're saying that they're exactly the same?
They should be the same as these.
Yeah.
So I think it's a case of sorting it out with James. And,
Yeah. I've got it on my
Councillor
mobile.
Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam.
Anita, could you turn your mic off, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It just comes back to my original point that I raised about inviting the Chief Constable to the meeting. I think
Yes,
we
I
ought to
think
do it.
That was one of the things I was referring to is,
Yes.
These dates that we've suggested
Yes.
of extra briefings, etc. But I think they normally prefer that to be private briefing. But if I could just say, last time we had one, there were not a lot of members there. So if we're going to ask them especially to come to a special briefing, we really must make sure we attend it. Because
Well, Madam Chairman, can I suggest that we ask him to the main meeting, this panel meeting? The next one we've got is the 1st of December, and it would be very useful to invite him. It's not as heavy the agenda as others that we've had, and it would be nice to invite him to the actual meeting itself. I think we would all then benefit from hearing him and asking direct questions.
James.
Through you, Chair, could I ask the panel to be as clear as it can about what it would be seeking to, what it would be inviting the Chief Constable to do. So, as a starter, it sounds as if, from what Councillor Gonzalez de Savage has just said, that you would be seeking a discussion around current priorities, challenges relating to policing in Northamptonshire. Would that be a fair summary?
I think it would, James, and an operational update. I think obviously we've discussed various different elements today. We've had questions that would be best answered by the operational head of the police force. I'm sure that he's a very welcoming gentleman to come and answer some of those questions from all around the county. And I think this is the place, Madam Chairman, you indicated that there was a small gathering. There wasn't a huge participation at the last briefing. And I think this would be very helpful to have a panel discussion. Thank you.
Just a minute, Councillor Jelly.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just from past experience, could I suggest that we do have a private meeting with him? I think, as the Commissioner said early, if you bring him to this meeting, you won't get out of him what you're looking to get, with the greatest respect. So, can we pencil in a private meeting with him?
Well, that's
Separate
what
meeting?
he was suggesting, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Councillor,
exactly what we've done in the past.
Okay.
Could I potentially suggest a compromise in that we exclude the last half an hour of one of our panel meetings to a private meeting? Is that potentially,
that's
is that
a little
option?
difficult, I think, yeah. One thing I was actually going to bring up, and it's just come back to my head now. While I was talking on the National Association of Police, Fire and Crime panels the other day, they were talking about the value of pre-meetings. And I said we had tried that before and it didn't really work. And the reason it didn't work was because we tried to do it an hour before the meeting and the public would come, or, there'd be people trying to get the meeting ready and people was arrive and they didn't really catch the conversation. And so what these other panels had said is they have their panel briefing, if you like, a sort of pre-meeting a couple of days before the meeting. You've had the papers and then you can just perhaps bring up any issues and I'd like to ask this question and, sort of between you have a discussion. James?
You could also consider doing that over Zoom.
Well, yes, I'm sorry, that's what they did. They did that over Zoom, yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask, in order to be succinct to the point of what we're going to ask, will it not be helpful that each of us draft specific questions that we want to ask and address them to you so like that you can see if there is duplication.
Well, I think that's the sort of thing you can sort out at a pre-meeting. You say, I'd like to ask a question about such and such, and, you know, then someone else think, oh, well, I won't ask my question because, you know, you're answering yours. Councillor McGee.
I've got... There we go, thank you. While I agree that it's helpful to pre-submit questions, I'd just like to sort of play devil's advocate and introduce the fact that this man is getting paid a lot of money to do a job. He should be held responsible for things. And I think maybe pre-submitting questions excludes the opportunity for debate and
sorry,
for,
I think you got the wrong end of the stick
questions.
there. Only submitting them to me, not to... Yeah. No, it was only really just to oil the works. I mean, Mrs. Shields has done that in the past. But I think, actually, if you draft your question, perhaps, and then if you have a pre-meeting, say, well, I'd like to ask this, and, you know, you can sort of get the idea from other people and say, well, actually, I think we've already asked that, or, you know, that seems a good question, you ask that, and I'll ask this. Councillor Gonzalez-Savage.
Yeah, I find that if I write the question and we can debate among ourselves the importance and the priority of issue that we want to address with the Chief Constable, then will help the whole panel, really.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Gonzalez-Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It was very helpful for James to give us indication about some opportunities there, and I think to try and parcel this up, if you like, into terms of something that we can use. And I think I'd like to support Councillor McGee's point, I think, in terms of a hybrid meeting on various different elements, but in this particular instance, having a half-an-hour session at the end of our meeting would be really good because everyone's here, Madam Chairman. And I think
the only problem that is we already lost 2 people, and that is always the problem, is that people have got other meetings to go to. So yes, I mean I'd be happy to have a bit.
I just prefer to do it
how many
in
people
person
will be there.
as opposed to. I mean,
I understand that.
I absolutely support the Zoom meetings and team meetings. I think they're an excellent use of technology. But I think in terms of what we're talking about, it's really great that we can get together.
But I think we're talking about a pre-meeting, so it would have to be before, not after.
So the suggestion was made that a briefing session with the Chief Constable, one way of holding that may be after, or indeed even possibly before, if you started the panel meeting later, after the panel meeting on the 1st of December. So you would start your panel meeting at 1 o'clock. You'd need to consider the agenda for that panel meeting because you wouldn't want it to run long, but you'd start your panel meeting at 1 o'clock. You'd then finish your panel meeting and then with a short break afterwards, hold a briefing session for panel members with the Chief Constable. So just the same as holding a briefing session with the Chief Constable on another date, but with the added bonus that panel members know what they're supposed to be doing on the afternoon of 1st of December.
I think we're probably a bit cross purposes here, because that's fine, because it doesn't have to be before the meeting, because it's completely separate. So it could be at the end, invite the Chief Constable, But what I was talking about was a pre-meeting just for the panel, which would have to be before the meeting and possibly a couple of days before. They're not mutually exclusive.
I have a question for James of legality. I can't remember which document I read, but in terms of inviting the Chief Constable, he may not be obliged to come to the meeting. No. It is only if he wants to.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Philip's gone. Philip was there. At the scrutiny meeting, the Northamptonshire scrutiny meeting on Tuesday, I'm sure we had a conversation that any public, sector person of influence in a stature is obliged to be called into a scrutiny meeting and attend.
That was the scrutiny meeting rather than the panel. Yeah. That's no. We are to scrutinise the Commissioner. For information, it's useful to discuss with the Chief Constable. We haven't got any power to ask him to come. The council might have, that's a completely separate issue. Okay, so...
Through you, Chair, it sounds as if the panel is saying, one, that it would like to introduce pre-meetings which would be held between the publication of agenda papers and the panel meeting, and would be held over Zoom. And two, the panel would like to have a briefing session, a private briefing session with the Chief Constable to talk about challenges, performance relating to policing in Northamptonshire, and it would like that to take place in person, and if possible, it would like that to take place around the panel meeting on the 1st of December. That's going to, the Chief Constable's availability is clearly going to be a big factor in that, but that gives a starting point. And presumably, if it wasn't possible to do something on the 1st of December, you'd like to do something on another date as soon as possible afterwards.
Yeah. Councillor Maxwell.
That's if he agrees to it. If he doesn't agree to it, you can't force him.
I think he'll be happy to come to a private briefing. It's just a case of sorting out diaries. Okay, so I think we have another item on the agenda still. So, but it should be very quick. That is the complaints. I lost my sheet of paper now. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, every 6 months the panel receives an update report on the operation of the complaints function, very much focused on the function, and very much not on looking at the details of individual complaints. So, this is the report for the period April to August 2022, during which one complaint was subject to informal resolution as set out in the report and the appendix. There are no other outstanding complaints or conduct matters at this time. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
I don't see any questions. I think it's just a formality, really, that we do. And so if there are no questions, then I'll call the meeting to close. And thank you very much for your attendance. I'm sure the working party